Torres et al., Northern District of California, court case number 321CV03561LB. Item number 2 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, one potential case. Item number 3, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment/Employment, Title, Assistant City Manager, Director of Administrative Services, and Director of Development Services.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor, we have no speaker cards.
Thank you. Is there a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
Motion is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Right.
That's why.
All right, this time we are going to resume the meeting of August 1st, 2022. Councilmember Burns, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes.
Ready, begin. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Velazquez,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Councilmember Resendez.
He is out with COVID, so we're wishing him the best
Thank you.
speedy recovery.
Councilmember Morales
Present.
and Councilmember Burns.
Here.
And I want to certify that the agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of today, August 1st, 2022, was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on July 27th, 2022 at 5 p.m. for Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you. Mr. Burns, you had a request that you want to make?
Yes, Mayor, please. I'd like to pull forward item G4, assuming the presenter is in the audience, for youth recovery connection, to have their reports either after public comment or after the other presentations that are at the beginning of the council meeting. Mayor, please.
We can probably do it right there after D2.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor.
Is that all right with the council?
And then Mayor, also staff would like to pull from the agenda F8 and F9 for tonight. Just remove it.
Or remove for tonight? Is that all right with the council? F8, F9? Okay. City Attorney, will you please report out from closed session?
Nothing to report, Mayor and
Thank
Council.
you. We're going to now move to the presentations item 1 from Hollister Downtown Association.
Okay. Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for providing me an opportunity to give you an update on our presentations from the June 4th special council meeting. Let's see. There we go. So as mentioned before, the Hollister Downtown Association is affiliated with the National Main Street of America organization, which promotes a strong commitment to place and building a stronger communities through preservation-based economic development. It's gonna go. We utilize the 4 pillars of Main Street America, which include organization committee, design committee, promotion committee, and our economic vitality committee. So the Hollister Downtown Association serves over 130 local businesses and the community. There we go. All right. So what I think sets us apart from many of the organizations here is that the Hollister Downtown Association does a lot of downtown Hollister events. We have our Youth Expo that we did at the beginning of February, our Wine and Beer Stroll in May, a street festival, Lights on Parade, downtown spring cleanup. This year we partner up with the Saddle Horse Show Committee and brought back the Saddle Horse Show Parade. We have our farmers market. We've had job fairs at the market as well. I wanted to ask, well, before I go there, getting ahead of myself here, the Youth Expo was created in partnership with the VFW and the American Auxiliary as a way to bring several of our after-school youth groups to one place so that parents and guardians can come and see many different activities that are being offered to their children. There are over 70 such groups in San Benito County, and we were able to bring in over 50 of those to this event. And we're hoping next year we'll have an even bigger turnout for our second annual Youth Expo. Like I said, the Saddle Horse Show made its return on June 18th, and that was a partnership with the Saddle Horse Show Parade Committee. We're looking to take into more of a ownership role with that one starting next year. Our Lights on Parade included a partnership with the City of Hollister and the Hollister Parks and Rec Department. What an amazing tree lighting at the after the parade ended. And then we partnered with both Recology and Integrated Waste Management to bring forth the spring and fall downtown cleanups each year. Just out of curiosity, how many events do you guys think that the HDA does, like weekly events, do we do per year? Because
I'll guess 40.
40? Okay. Well, a little higher. Any other guess?
41.
41. So we actually do this past year or this year, we will have 31 weekly events. There is a weekly HDA event occurring about 60% of the year. So we have 31 events, of which 30 of them are free to the public to attend, and only one of them being a premium event. Like I said, the other 30 are all, the other 30 are all free events for people to participate. Our Youth Expo brought in 600 attendees with over 50 organizations participating. Spring Cleanup had over 100 volunteers this past year. Our Wine and Beer Stroll brought in 625 attendees. 21 businesses participated in the event. The Saddle Horse Show brought in an estimated 4,500 estimated attendees. Our job fair last year brought 75 attendees. Street Festival was about 6,500 this year. Farmers Market brings in about 17,600 throughout the 22 weeks. So we have 22 Farmers Market per year, about 800 attendees per week. Lights on Celebration Parade, 15,000, but if you ask our insurance, it was less than 5. And of course, our total estimated attendees we brought to the downtown area this past year was about 45,000 people. We also participate in other community events such as Trick or Treat Street, Nationals Night Out, YMCA's Healthy Kids Day, Christmas in the Park, and other events as they ask us to participate. Volunteerism. Events for the Hollister Downtown Association have brought in over 4,000 community hours since 2020. The HDA has provided opportunities for groups to be able to fulfill their community service hours requirements, whether it's for work, church, school, mandatory, or just for fun. This includes, but it's not limited to, the probation department, Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, 4-H Club, the San Benito High School or Hollister High School Key Club, the Avid Club, Salvation Army, the Work Alternative Group, and then local companies such as Technova, Union Bank, Intero, CalMutual, BKP, and Amazon, just to name a few. Our church group, the LDS group, and of course, San Benito High School and Ansar High School for their community services requirements. So we're providing these groups an opportunity to come out, like I said, 60% of the year to be able to fulfill their hours and their needs. Since September of 2021, the Hollister Downtown Association has dedicated over 800 volunteer hours to the festivities for the city's 150-year anniversary. It has been truly an honor to have the opportunity to be able to work alongside so many nonprofit groups organizations, and city staff to assist in bringing these once-in-a-lifetime events to the community. Here's some of our community comments that we've had. Just it's kind of faded, but you can see, for instance, how we help with the economic development. TJ Sacos and Virios, thank you to everyone for coming for the 35th Hollister Car Show and support our business. They completely sold out of their event. During our Youth Expo, USA Sports said, this was an awesome event. Thank you for letting us be a part of it. So again, this was the first ever. Irma's Fashion was super ecstatic about the wine and beer stroll. And Churros for promoting our farmers market every week. Central Ag Supply, talking about the turnout for the Lights On Parade. And so was the Central Coast Muscle Car and Classics group. My time up.
That's 5. Thank you
All
very
right.
much for the update.
Mayor, I'd like to move to extend to give them a couple more minutes to roll this out in 5 minutes. I know that's the goal, but this is kind of important.
Did you have a lot more to go, sir?
I don't think so.
No?
I think I'm down to my last 2.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So economic development partnerships, the Hollister Downtown Association collaborates with both the Economic Development Corporation and the San Diego County Chamber of Commerce in the following ways. We attend monthly economic development partnership meetings hosted by the EDC, which they provide us updates on any grants or loans currently being offered to local businesses. The HDA will refer to any new leads to businesses that are looking to start or expand businesses to San Diego County, to both the EDC and the Chamber of Commerce. The HDA will assist in promoting programs for both the EDC and the Chamber that are designed to assist our business community. These sources of information are passed along to our business members via our weekly e-blast or in person, whoever stops by our office. These are all our local partners, or not all. It's just some of our local partners that we worked with in the past year. We're really proud and honored to have worked with every single one of these groups. And then here's just a sneak peek of our website that we're building for launch mid-August of sometime this month. As you see, we have our new business checklist. So we are taking the resources that the city of Hollister has. We are putting them in our website as well so that people can find those and have links to be able to go back to the city of Hollister for any business that looking to update their lease, check zonings, ADA compliance, things of that nature. So we will make sure we continue to have that as part of our pages. And then just the partnership that we have with City Manager Brett Miller, just being an advocate and an opportunity to be able to talk to as business issues come up with our community. We have someone that we can kind of turn to in city staff to ask their questions for us or reach out to these groups and assist with that. And then this is our last slide. This is us. Just wanted to say hi, and that's who we are. So any questions?
We'll do that afterwards.
Okay,
Thank you,
perfect.
sir. Next up, we have the EDC.
Thank you, Mayor, and council members and city staff. I have a slide. Oh, that's the wrong slide presentation. There we go. Do I need to switch to the next slide, or does someone else do that? This thing? Okay. Apologize. All right, let's start again. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Renee Wells, and I'm the Executive Director of the Economic Development Corporation of San Benito County, the EDC. And I'm here with EDC board members who are sitting behind me, and some are online, respectfully asking for renewed support of the EDC by bringing a resolution forward at your next council meeting to fund the EDC and match the county's contribution of $100,000 for the next year to give us the opportunity to prove our value to the city. Our board chair, Aaron Johnston, wanted to be here, but he's recovering after being hit by a car while bicycling a few weeks ago. The EDC is represented by one full-time staff person, me, and 10 volunteer board members who are local business leaders with years of experience, knowledge of the area, and provide a wealth of local resources. This is where the city gets the best bang for its buck. The EDC is a nonprofit 501c3 that, unlike the HDA, the Chamber, and the Business Council, is prohibited from lobbying and does not have memberships. It is funded partly by the county, the city of San Juan Bautista, who just increased their funding by $3,000, and hopefully moving forward by the city of Hollister. With funding from the city, the EDC would be able to hire additional staff to increase business recruitment and expansion, strengthening our presence and efforts for additional business resources, build on fostering relationships with stakeholders, and develop and coordinate policies, programs, and projects that support economic development goals of the city of Hollister. Economic development is a team sport that requires support and collaboration from all players to be successful. And each player, or jurisdiction in this case, needs an advocate that knows the playing field, has network resources, and can represent them and encourage new opportunities that increase revenue and resources to the community as a whole. The EDC works to meet the needs of its clients, current and future businesses, and in turn equally advocates for the city of Hollister, the city of San Juan Bautista, and the county, depending on our clients' needs. There are new existing staff, city staff whose jobs have many responsibilities and require managing numerous departments. The EDC wants to support and collaborate with city staff to offer resources and training and educational opportunities and assist them with their needs. We would also like to help the city establish an economic development ad hoc committee to discuss ways to create incentives for new and expanding businesses and improve services for the community, just as we do with the city of San Juan Bautista and the county. The EDC is preparing the update of the county's Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or the CEDS, which is a countywide strategy-driven plan for economic development for the next 5 years. A current CEDS is required for every region in order to apply for funding from the Federal Economic Development Administration, or the EDA, who mandates the CEDS. The county and city of San Juan Bautista have partnered with EDC to ensure their voice is heard, and they have specific projects included in the CEDS update. Support from the city of Hollister would be a wise investment based on increased amount of funding available by taking part in the CEDS. To talk more about the importance of the city of Hollister's buy-in and inclusion in the CEDS, I'd like to introduce the EDC's CED consultant, Marie Jones. Paul?
I believe they're on Zoom.
Great. So hopefully you can all hear me.
Yes.
Wonderful. So my name's Marie Jones, and I was secured or hired by the Economic Development Corporation to help you pull together your comprehensive economic development strategy. And it is a mouthful, but it's a mouthful that can bring many resources to your community and be super beneficial. I just completed a CEDS for Mendocino County, and I can tell you already it's resulted in total grants and loans of $7 million in the last 3 months. So how this works is EDA requires each community to develop a CEDS in order to identify the critical projects in your community that you want to undertake for economic development. And what they consider critical projects is just a wide array. It could be, for example, a new wastewater treatment system. It could be additional water storage to deal with droughts. It could be park improvements. It could be an industrial park. It could be helping a nonprofit secure and upgrade a new facility. So there's just a wide range of potential projects that you can incorporate into your SEDS. It can also be programs. And then once those are in that document, you have 5 years to apply for EDA funding, which is a competitive process to get the money to implement those projects. So I would just encourage you to take part in this process because it is an excellent opportunity for the city of Hollister to bring more resources to your community that are already out there at the federal government level. Sometimes it's grants and sometimes it's super low interest loans, like 1% loans for larger infrastructure projects. And if you don't have a SEDS or you're not in it, you can't apply for that money. And so I would just really encourage you to participate in this process. It's a bridge between your community and federal funding. The Build Back Better thing that just got renamed to something about, I can't remember what it got renamed to, but something about fighting inflation is going to be a major initiative that people could apply for funding through with their SEDS. So with that, I will stop and encourage you to participate in this process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marie, for highlighting the importance of the SEDS. I thank the mayor and city council for their time and welcome comments or questions of me or any of the EDC board members that are behind me or any for the SEDS consultant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now move to the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. My name is Michelle Leonard. I am the President and CEO of the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce. I have been CEO for 4 years now, and I am super excited to share some recent updates of all the stuff we've been working on. But I think one of the most recent updates that's new for everybody is that we have a sister organization. It's the Chamber Foundation, which is a 501c3 charitable organization where the chamber has members, the foundation does not. So I feel like what's always a little bit tricky when we talk about what we do as an organization, there are exclusive things for our members, and then there's accessible programs for everybody through tourism programs, through economic development. So I know sometimes there's always a little bit of confusion between what is what, but I am the president and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, and Eduardo Navarro is the executive director of the foundation. But we do work in tandem so that we can share resources to maximize the city's investment and the county's investment and our donors' investments and our members' investments. So I'll preface it with that. On June 4th, we were here and we did a probably 30-minute presentation, and then a few months before that as well. But today I'll try and speed through it a little bit, just so that we're all on the same page again. We can talk about how the EDC, the HDA, and the chamber work together, and also how we're different. And I think that's why we're here today, to see where we're different, how we're different, and what the needs are that the council has for us, and where do we go from here. I think all of us are open to collaborating, but we're also open to, finding a lane, finding a zone, and really going far, fast in it. So after, I know we're all really open to questions because we really do want feedback, but we also want you guys to know what our strengths are. So for us today, we're telling you what our strengths are. And if there's something we all need to work together as a community to make our strength, we're excited to learn that and do that and forge that path together. I'll start here. So about us, as I did mention, we are a 501c6 and a 501c3. We have members, and then we have organizations and community members that we work with to do a lot of amazing projects. I am the CEO of the Chamber. Eddie is the Executive Director of the Foundation. We have Felicia, our events coordinator. We have Adriana, she is our marketing specialist. And we have Isabella, who has been our executive assistant for 4 years and is also my oldest daughter. So she is learning the ropes very early. So we're excited that all of us are local and we get to be part of making a difference where we live. And my timer's not going, so I'm going to be okay with that. But I just wanted you guys to know that my timer's not going, just in case you wanted to start it.
No extensions for you.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that because we did do this a couple weeks ago, and I appreciate the time to do it again. We do have a board of directors on the chamber side and the foundation side, so we have volunteer directors from all industries and all sectors. As Renee from EDC mentioned, that is one of the values of working with nonprofits locally. The city gets to collaborate with a lot of experts, and we get to have input from all of our directors who are experts in their field. So we're excited to say that we have a really strong board who's super active, super invested into making a difference and to uplifting everything that we have that's beautiful here, and also making space for new beautiful things too, but where we all can live cohesively. So the reason that we're here today is because the Chamber of Commerce signed a 5-year MOU with the city for tourism support specifically. So our tourism strategy is a mixed bag of digital efforts, magazine, print, grassroots efforts, events, and our visitor center walk-in traffic that we get. So our strategy kind of spans a lot of different things, but the city has been funding us for 4 years now. We're on the last year of our MOU. And with that, we have been able to create pop-up space for multiple local businesses that don't have a brick and mortar. We have been able to create spaces for gathering. We've done a lot of events, and in partnership with the chamber, we have a really great reach. So like up here is just a little snapshot of all the communities that we work with. We have great partnerships with our surrounding chambers, with our surrounding tourism agencies from Morgan Hill, Gilroy, all of Santa Clara County on the south side of the county. We're really good about reaching out to people who are experts in their fields because we want to be better and we want to know where we can bridge gaps. So for us, having this reach and this network, it's really important. We always keep a pulse on what we have here and the opportunity for what we need here. So we're not going to say like, oh, this is what I have and that's it. We say, what do we need? What could we have? What are we capable of? And where economically can that give us more? Give us more fire and police and sales tax revenue. We're always going to be open to that. We're always going to be looking for those opportunities. We use social media tremendously because of how fast information needs to move. And that's where a lot of people are getting their information. We don't really have a lot of local sources for news that people access daily from their phone. So we use social media. And we have a lot of followers. We have a really good reach. So for us, that's really important. So that's just how we share a lot of information. But I think looking at the data of what our digital audience is, I think that's important too. And we can leverage that as a community when we promote tourism, events, sales, promotions, and opportunities, really just to see what people are looking for. These are QR codes. So in a faster way to access, instead of typing in something on the website, if you use your little phone and scanner, it'll take you to all of the pages that reference the data tracking from the page before of how much our reach is. Our website engagement. So we have our Chamber of Commerce website, we have saversanbenito.com, and we have Discover San Benito County. Savor San Benito is actually really cool. It was fully funded by not only donations, but city and county funds. So every single business that's it doesn't have to be a chamber member is listed on Savor San Benito. If it's a winery, brewery, tap room, farm, market, open air market, they're all listed on Savor San Benito because we wanted everybody to have a fair chance at being accessible. We'll just skip through that, but like there's all the data. All of us in a small community, we all have to collaborate to survive. We have to share resources. We have over 420 members that we partner with constantly, whether it's something so small as sharing a resource, sharing information, coming to an event together, or bigger projects that we roll out for the city, for the county, with each other. collaborations are super important. And in a small community, we're usually fighting over for the same money for it, but the collaborations have to happen. We work with the city, we work with Pinnacles National Park, we work with EDC, HGA, because in a small community, we have to, and we're proud that we get to. Lucky for us, we're all just a couple blocks away from each other where we get to have that opportunity. My slides are pretty long and I have like 5 seconds, but and for tourism, we're a member of the Central Coast Tourism Council, and the Central Coast Tourism Council is regional. It goes from Morgan Hill all the way down to Ventura. So we kind of have this understanding of what a road trip could look like from the Bay Area to Southern California, and really work with other experts from that broader perspective, where they work with Visit California, they work with this bigger states and not just local stuff from our perspective, but that kind of higher level 10,000-foot view. So for us, it's really important that we're constantly learning from a different perspective. So I'll stop here. There's a lot of other really cool slides, but like I said, we did get to do this a couple weeks ago. So for us, we're really just here to answer any questions you guys have that, you know, would help clarify what we all do that's shared and what's different.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, so we'll go back to the council members. Any questions from council members or comments? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, I'd like to thank all three of you. The council packet was just a hair under 1,400 pages, and you guys did a real good job of contributing to that and filling my reading needs for the weekend. So thank you. I think you all do an amazing job. I will say that I have really seen some collective and collaborative efforts as it relates to the 150-year anniversary, and a lot of cool things going together. And so that gives me hope and confidence that we can continue to work together. And I'm really excited about that. I do want to ask just maybe from each of the speakers, if you can maybe expand a little bit upon how you can work together and maybe how you are. I've seen some of the slides and I understand there is some crossover. I know this council has expressed some concerns about where there's duplicative work that doesn't necessarily have to exist in other areas where we could expand the parameters to even make it more encompassing. And so if any of you would like to jump up and take that on, I'd welcome to hear your thoughts individually or collectively. Even if all three of you want to come up, I think that would be great.
Okay, so I'll start. So just for institutional knowledge, I have been in the role probably the longest here, so I can tell you how much we have been collaborating and how that's changed over time. Originally, we were all kind of trying to finding our space and finding our way in our own organizations and in the community. So at first, there wasn't a lot of collaboration. And now I think more than ever, we really have, like, Renee and I have seen turnover in our staffs, and we've relied on each other when it's like, hey, can you take this for me? Or hey, can I call on you for this? So collaboration has actually become more of a necessity than an option or an opportunity. It's something we've had to do. And same with Omar. We've talked about it, how over time, as you find your place in your organization, you know you're ready because you know where you're confident and you know what strengths you have to offer each other. So we collaborate with many of our members. A lot of our board members that have and own businesses, they help with funding. That's a huge financial collaboration and an investment on their part. So for us, we partner with other nonprofits. The Community Foundation is very generous to fund, I think, both of you in some way. So our local foundations are supporting them. We're all supporting each other. And I'm not sure if you guys have anything different to add, but I think we all are on the same page when we say we're a small community. We have to collaborate. And I think from the top, I think there has to be an effort to even coach us together when we can't find our own way to collaboration, to say this is the request, this is the demand of the people that we fund, where we do work together, because everybody wins.
So thank you. I would say that your final comments would absolutely echo and mirror my thoughts, where I don't want to say we want to force you to work together, but but I think you're stronger together. You're better together, no doubt in my mind. And so one of the things I've struggled with for the year and a half or so I've been on council is I've thought often it may make more sense, quite candidly, rather than fund or help to fund your organizations, to bring an economic development type director or program or office citywide. And so can you tell me why it makes more sense, in your opinions, to stay this model versus go a different direction?
I'll let you guys take this one, but I'll leave you some space.
I'll
for you.
speak on that. I think, well, at least for the EDC, we're an advocate for the city of Hollister, the city of San Juan Bautista, and the county. So when a new business or an opportunity comes our way, we work for the client. And so we are not biased in saying, well, that would be a great project for the city because there's more property over here or over there. We show them all opportunities, and we welcome both of these organizations to help us facilitate that organization with the right property that fits. Recently, I was working with San Benito County. We had an opportunity to work with Kaiser Permanente to bring a facility here. And of course, the county wants it in the county, but they want it best where the city wants it because they want to offer Kaiser to their employees. So not everything we do is based on, we want to do this for the city. We want to do things for our communities. So we all try to work together. When we have the economic development partnership meetings, which all of us come together, that's our chance to talk about these opportunities and say, what do you think? What do you think? And we can all come together and say, well, there's this new thing here, this new thing here. And when I meet with the city manager, I meet with San Benito County, and I meet with San Juan Bautista every month. And they're involved in the Economic Development Partnership or the Economic Development Advisory Committee, which I think would be a great opportunity to have one for you, or if you had a director that we could meet with, because we all come together during those meetings and we all feed off of each other to accomplish the goal, which is to find a place and bring revenue into the county and city.
Thanks. I didn't mean to throw a curveball at you. Omar?
No, it's okay. So for us, again, we're more of the event-driven portion of the arm of this. We host many events in the downtown area, and the city has invested so much money in that area with lights, the gateway sign, and everything else. So we're just trying to drive people to come to the downtown area to frequent these businesses and go and shop local and have a place to play, really. So we're trying to bring that aspect of it, where these two groups are trying to help these local businesses grow. We're trying to drive in those consumers into the area to allow them to grow. And so I think that's where we fit the model here.
Thanks. I appreciate that. I will say I've had conversations with Vice Mayor Perez, and I often refer to him as jelly and me peanut butter. Together, we're better together. And I think it's clear to me that the three organizations, you would be better together. And I heard at least one of you talk about how you meet regularly with the city manager as well. And I think that bridge exists. And so I'm excited about the work you guys can do moving forward. And I absolutely want to congratulate you, but I also want to start to see measurables. And the presentations were very helpful tonight to reinforce those, because I often think you all do so much that first of all, I think we take it for granted. And secondly, the volume is amazing. In a year and a half on council, anybody that says it isn't happening in Hollister isn't paying attention, because I've seen some amazing things in the year and a half from the inside looking out, and the three of you are all key players in that. So no, I support you all. City manager, I don't know if this is better for council comments, but I did hear our presenter from EDC talk about wanting to bring back a conversation at the August 15th council meeting for potential funding, because I know we don't contribute to their funding now.
Correct.
So if it's better to do it now, I'd like to do it now, but if it's better to do it at my council comments, I'm more than happy to do that. So
this is a perfect time for it.
okay,
Yeah. So the HDA and the chamber both have MOUs, even though they're coming up due to renewal, but we will do them at that time.
Okay.
But the EDC, we do not fund currently, so
Right.
that would need to come back for future funding.
Okay, so I'd like to suggest that we have that, we bring that forward and bring it back. And I don't know what the agenda looks like for the 15th, if there's capacity now, but if there is, then I would like to suggest to this council that we do this if there's a majority or a consensus on the council. And so with that, Mayor, thank you. That concludes my thoughts and comments. Thank you all. I appreciate you.
I'm all for bringing them back on the 15th. Also, you know what? I think there's one thing missing here. You guys have been all working well together, especially for the 150. We're only missing, oh, there she is. There's Tina. And that's the real the glue of the whole thing is all you guys do work well together, you know, and I would like to see that continue and actually even get better. I mean, if we can make it better, I'm sure we can, because you guys are great. But yeah, I do agree with Councilman Burns that we do need some measurables, and but I'm all for supporting you guys and funding you, because you guys, I go to a lot of your functions, and I see what it does, and not just at the functions, but by going around the city and talking to people, I find out that, you know what, I know that without you guys, we're not going to be where we're at. So thank you guys for what you do.
Thank you.
So I'm also in support of bringing it back. I think what I'd like to contribute is, what I would hate to see is, you know, if there is turnover, and so we're thinking about the community, we're thinking about how do we make sure that the collaboration continues moving forward, not just, you know, if you decide or you win the lottery and now you're a billionaire and you decide to not to work anymore. So we have to think about our community in the future, and how do we do that? And so my recommendation is that when it does come back, that we do look at, yes, the funding for all three, and how do we then create the infrastructure to make sure that regardless of who the person, because it's a lot of it is personality driven. And if we didn't have the right personality, then, you know, things may not go so well. So how do we ensure that regardless of who's in that position, in the role, the personality, that the collaboration continues not only with each other, but with the city in particular. And so I'd like to recommend that as we're looking at the 3 MOUs, we also look at language for infrastructure for the future, which has money attached to ensure collaboration and to highlight the strengths, but also the areas where we are not duplicating. So if all three have events, then there's money allocated for the 3 of them to work together on events, on things related to the city or whatever's identified, but that there is the infrastructure through the MOU and the funding appropriately, so that, I don't want to say forced, but there is strong incentives to work together, regardless of who's in the position, whether it's for a year, 3 or 5 years, but we're looking at how do we maintain and that collaboration and the relationships, focusing on the strengths, but making sure that we're also not duplicating and maximizing our dollars. And thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you.
All right, here's my 2 cents, and I've given all 3 of you guys that in the past. I'm going to repeat. HDA, you're on target. You guys have turned this around. You know how frustrated I was a few years back. You went back, you refocused, you got politics out of your organization, and you focused on your mission, and that is to drive more business to downtown, more foot traffic, and you're succeeding, wildly succeeding, purely because you have learned to focus on it. And again, probably the most important part, you got politics out of this. When you get politics involved in certain things, it seems to take you in the wrong direction real quick. So very proud of the organization and what you have done. And I'm looking forward to seeing more activities. And I owe you a letter. Put that in the safe, please.
Is that a buy-off? Just kidding.
That is the 100. That's my letter for the celebration 200 at the 200-year celebration. Yeah, for the time capsule. Now, EDC, Ms. Wells, I respect you. And I respect everything you've done, and I have faith in you. But I have been extremely disappointed in the past with the EDC. I'm just being a little more frank than everybody else here. So, because there was a lot of promises and nothing ever materialized. And it's frustrating when we have so much opportunity and we find ourselves having a partner that we're contributing to, but really not carrying the weight and doing a lot of the work ourselves and finding out that the partner then jumps back and says, oh, by the way, I was instrumental in it. No, I know you can do this. I know your board members have this potential. And I would say to you, and I'm sure you know this answer, what is the most valuable area of our community that needs to be focused on for business, driving a business?
The airport.
That's 100% absolutely correct. And yet, time after time after time, we start chasing shiny objects in different areas and we lose that focus. Mr. Lindsay there has probably carried this community more than anybody else in his vision of what can be done. But I gotta say, I get so frustrated when we have progress happening in the area of the airport. And for those of you that don't understand, it's 1,500 acres that are already zoned for commercial industrial, that we can start moving in companies right away with the infrastructure, sewer, water, roads. And instead, we get focused on something else, some pie in the sky scheme somewhere that makes zero sense because we have it here. We just, I want to see focus. I know that if we contribute what you needed and more, we could have 10 more companies here. But it's frustrating to see others in the community go out and attack it when we're bringing these large companies, and EDC is not standing up saying, whoa, this is a very critical area that we have planned for a long, long time, and it's ready to go. So for those to get away with attacking and misleading the public because they want something, some pie in the sky dream somewhere else, it's hurting us. We're losing valuable time. So I want that commitment that we're going to focus in the area we have ready to go now, so we can invest this money or maybe more. So we can bring those companies in, so our residents have the jobs close by rather than having to jump on 25 and do some crazy roundabout road somewhere else. I want to hear the commitment to the focus. I know the study is important. You need to do it first. So I believe in you is what I'm trying to tell you.
I appreciate it. And the airport is very important to me. And I've been working very hard on getting businesses. I've worked with Reed Hillview because they're planning to close down and their businesses there. It just takes a lot of time.
I know you're, you know that airport, and the public, if they don't know, we have flying cars in our community. That's how far off we are here. We have something that very, very few communities have, but we're not taking advantage of it because we're busy chasing something, some crazy scheme somewhere else. So I want that commitment, and I want to invest. I want to invest in that commitment. That's what I like to see happen, because I know the groundwork's been laid out years ago by that man sitting back there. And I know we can do it, and we can do it rapidly, but I need to know that's where we're going. If we're chasing something else, I'm not interested anymore.
And I know Mr. Lindsay is very interested. He's on our board, so he's been very good about working on that.
Well, again, that's one of the reasons I keep believing in you guys, is because he keeps coming back, and I know his track record. Chamber, I've said this many times, you guys are all over the place. You know, you can't be everything. You need to be focused. I believe you guys can do something important, and I do believe it's the tourism part of it. But we need a clear effort. We need the politics out of it. As long as you're involved in politics, I cannot support the group. I can't, because I see you guys do things you really shouldn't be doing because somebody in politics is pushing you to do something, and it's basically wasting time and wasting money. The three of you together can be a very powerful group in our community. But without that focus, I can't support it. So I need you. We had this conversation last time. I was upfront about this, that we can't be involved in politics. You can't do everything. Focus, do it together, and we can succeed. There's still time in your contract. Let's do it. Let's bring this back for the EDC. We're in contract with the other ones. Let's build that team. That's all I'm asking for. I'm asking for a focus. And I know we can win together. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
So with that, do you think that there will be like a strategy session, like spearheaded by the council to say what your vision and your goals are and to see where our strengths align in that? Because I hate to say what happens is you guys give us funding for what our strengths are and then we do them. And then at the end, somebody's not happy. But at the front of it, it's, you know, we want more involvement. Like we individually, we meet with Brett every month with the city manager individually, not always collectively, unless it's in a larger group where we don't really have the one-on-one time. But I would love it if there was more involvement on committees in activity design, in planning, like a strategic plan to say what it is, because we want to be in alignment with you guys. It's public funding. It's your guys' funding to allocate. So I just don't want to come back and, you know, go like, oh, we got it wrong again, when there wasn't a lot of guidance, when we were
Well,
just kind of trying to respond to the needs of the community. As best
Yeah.
we
And
can.
I'll go back. I think there was guidance in the past because we've had long conversations about it. The problem is it strays off somewhere else. This is my conversation about the EDC, what I just mentioned. We know where the gold mine is, and yet we're chasing fool's gold somewhere else because it's a shiny new object and let's go for it because somebody plucks down some dollars here and there and we lose focus again. You have partners right here. What can they bring in? How does that benefit you? How do you entice them to stay? What does the downtown association offer in our downtown when they want to come and have lunch or anything else, come shopping? Together, it works. It does not work when we all go separate ways. That's the point, right? So we do have to have the strategy. I don't disagree with you on that. We need to have it, but we need to stick to it. The gold mine, the highest potential, bar none, is the airport area. That needs to be the focus. How do we bring more clients in? How do we entertain those clients? How do we, you guys do beautiful ribbon cuttings. I still talk about that motorcycle, that balloon motorcycle. So there's a lot of good things there. And just working it together, staying focused is how we can do it. Not trying to do too much. You guys are trying to do too much right now. You really are. You can't do it all. So that's where I want to see that focus. I know that hurts. I know you feel like we're not, but it's, that's what I see. And again, I want to see politics out of all of this. I want to see focus.
I'm the
board chair. I'm the board chair. Can you give an example of politics? Because I'd like to know what.
Well, again, we're pulling off in different directions. That's why I don't want to have politics involved. I want to make sure we're focused. We're together. We focus on an area. Again, we know where that area is. Focus on it. Build a plan to promote that together, all of us, and we'll succeed very quickly.
So what is your question? You're looking for an example of what his meaning is. He doesn't understand your question.
Mayor,
Sir, hang on. Sir.
Can we have,
Hey, we're not.
can we have Sean come to the podium? So, because that way the mic's here.
So, I mean, I'm the board chair and I make sure that a lot of politics or any politics are kept out of our organization. So if you make that statement, could you give us examples so we know what it is so that we know how to combat that?
Again, when we work together as a group, the question is, how do we sit down, have a strategy planning session, right?
Mhm.
Once we decide that as a group, we stay focused on it. The chamber, in my opinion, has too many things going on. And instead of focus on certain areas, they end up somewhere else. Now,
Yeah, that wasn't the question.
city-
I asked if you can give an
No,
example of the
Well, I'm not
politics.
here to talk about.
You
exact
made that
examples.
statement. I just have to
There-
make sure that I,
This is my point. This is my exact point. We're going to work together is what I'm saying. We're going to put a focus in. And we're going to make sure we stay on that focus. That's what I want to see.
Yeah,
happen.
which is
I
our
don't wanna
goal.
Debate with you right here about.
I'm not trying to
politics,
debate.
not
I literally
politics.
just asking
But
for an
you are,
example
sir.
because you made a statement,
Well, sir, again, this is what we're going to do. I believe in all three organizations.
as well as I do
We'll
too.
go from there. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Color me naive, but I've been on council for a year and a half, and maybe this is things that happened prior to my coming on council, but I've not seen the politics. I've seen some really good work. And so to answer your question though about a collaborative effort, this council does have an ad hoc committee of Vice Mayor Perez and Council Member Morales, and they focus primarily on the downtown. But I think we already have a ad hoc committee in place that could absolutely work with you, and you, or in New York, the three U's. And I think we're going to get there. And at the end of the day, you've done amazing things together and individually. And so you're stronger together. There's no doubt in my mind. And we can move beyond the conversation about politics in my mind. And let's focus on community, because that's why you three exist. And so I'm supportive. I couldn't agree more than the mayor about EDC and bring us a plan so that we can see the progress, because at the end of the day, this council has a responsibility to the community to ensure that we're getting the most return on our investment. And I've heard all four of us, and I believe Council Member Resendez would also agree with this, want to support you as you do your good work in the community. And so it's really just about laying down those measurables and then, recognizing those as those happen. And performance metrics are the way of the world. And you guys are all smart enough. You probably already have all these things. They just need to be parlayed so that we can see them and we can go, because oftentimes I drive by and it's like, wow, I didn't know that was happening. And somebody's got to be responsible. Somebody's done it. And I take you all three for granted. I'm just going to put it out there. And so I want to know more about your good work on whether it be a monthly or quarterly or semi-annual or annual, I don't know. But again, we have an ad hoc committee that can help you to lay that out, I think. And this can be a pleasant conversation. And I think we're moving forward, come back. I think you've heard the will of the council, and I think that you're already doing it. We just need to see the outcomes. And I think we have on a case-by-case basis, but I don't always connect the dots. So I need for you to connect the dots up here for me, so it comes out here and we give you the financial support you need to continue moving things forward. My year and a half on council has been amazing, although it's been a whirlwind. And so help me to help you to get to where you want to be. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Do you have any speaker cards?
Yes, we have two speaker cards. The first one is Ken Lindsay.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for letting me have another 3 minutes. Last time I overdid my stay. This time I'm going to make it a lot shorter. I was the founding member of the EDC back in 1983, I think it was. And I needed, the EDC is a nationally recognized organization. Chambers are and EDCs are. Site selectors from companies go there first. This is what they do. They contact the EDC, they'll contact the chamber. Our chamber does a great job, but the EDC focuses strictly, our mission statement is to attract and retain businesses and bring jobs to the community. I appreciate your comments, but all your comments, because I had a bunch of things I was going to say and I'm going to divert from it. I'm going to say one of the things that we create for consistency is our boards. Our boards don't turn over fast. I've been with the EDC from the very beginning as past president of it. I came to Hollister because of the airport. I used to fly by here and I'd look down, I'd see this little airport and I thought, wow, what a great asset. It's so close to Silicon Valley. If we can expand that airport, we can have something that 95%, maybe even more communities do not have. And so I really appreciate what you're saying, because that's been my focus on our EDC board all the way through. And we do need to stay focused on that, and we've wandered from it, and it's frustrated me being on the board. And I think we can fix that. And so I'm very pleased that you've brought these comments up. And in terms of politics, if there's anybody on our board that is too political, me included, I would gladly step down so that so the community can have an EDC. We need an EDC. It's very important. I've built 5 business parks and 1 commercial center in the community. I could not have been as successful bringing companies here without the aid of the EDC, Al Martinez and our current people. And one of the things that happens that is not measurable, that you don't see, is that the EDC becomes kind of a partner with the company. And one of the Zero Avia I was here, last speaking to you about, they had lots of frustrations. They don't call you guys, they call people at the EDCs sometimes and say, what do we do? How do we solve this problem? So they kind of feel like they have a partner, somebody helping them navigate the system. The city council's been amazing from the 40 years I've been here. Every city council, staff, hey, I overstood my 3 minutes. Anyway, thank you. And please support the EDC.
Airport, loud and proud.
Airport. Thank you.
Our next speaker on this item is Maria Sid.
I'm a little nervous, so let me start by saying I'm sorry.
That's okay, Maria.
I have lived here now for 12 years. I'm a business owner. My office is in Gilroy, but I'm getting ready to open up a second location here. The main reason is because of these 3 organizations. I belong to several of them, because I sell insurance for a living, so I have to be out and about. But I got to say, no one does it better than here. And the chamber, the Downtown Business Association, the third party that I haven't gotten too involved with them, but my neighbors speak very highly of them. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be investing my money, my time here. I want to live here forever till I retire. But without the support of people like this, of these organizations, Mayor Velasquez, we wouldn't have a great community.
Oh, I know.
I get compliments when I'm at races about our chamber, how we just know what they're doing. Like, they really help the businesses. In the year of the pandemic, I think that was the first year I joined the chamber, my husband lost his job, and a lot of my clients that live here in Hollister, businesses had to close. Luckily, Parklets came in and people thought outside the box, and they were able to keep their businesses here. They were being promoted. And that is why I decided to invest here. So with that being said, be a little kinder. Please know they do a great job. They really do, and support them. Thank you.
Thanks.
On Zoom, we have Elias Salinas.
Hello, good evening. Paul, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. So I just wanted to say that we should all be very proud of all 3 organizations. They all work together, and they couldn't get any better by working together because they continue to work together. They continue to learn and know each other. That's how they cooperate together. And you can't ask for any more of them than what they are doing. And in the future, they just get to know each other more. And their incentive is driven by the pride that they take in their community and the work that they do. They have reached out. When Michelle took over the chamber, it has grown exponentially. She has done a really great job. The chamber board has really backed her. They went out of the box when COVID hit, and they got businesses together. They had meetings on how people were doing and how can they help each other. They went and they were successful with the Great Place program. That was a state program, and it was amazing what the work that they've done. And they continue to do that. And with regards to the downtown, it wasn't just the Downtown Hollister Association, but it was actually the traffic was driven by COVID because those parklets were built. And that was part of the city's idea and the Downtown Association. They were helping and trying to get all those businesses together. So it was the cooperation of everybody. I don't like the idea of saying that you would want the city to hire a city staff. It's non-political. If you have your city staff, then you're going to have the council and the mayor telling the city staff what you want done. And with regards to the airport, I so want to see so much development out in the airport. I've been advocating that for years. But Mayor, you have been there for more than 10 years. And how dare you try to say that it should be that they're missing the point, that they're not doing it. They're trying. In 10 years, you haven't done anything to bring any new business to the airport. So let's give this the EDC that has only been here, has been reestablished for a very short period of time. Actually, it's been brought back where they're really trying to do some work. So let's give kudos to the people that are out there and be specific with regards to politics. There you go again, making an accusation that you have no proof. Trying to say that these people are being political. They're not being political. They don't get involved in any politics whatsoever. You, Mayor, have turned it and said that they're being political without any evidence, as usual, that you go on babbling about, and people listen to you and people believe you, even though it's not true. I don't know what else the cover can do to stop you from doing such
Thank you very
lies.
much. There's a lot going on at the airport. Maybe you should take a drive there and see the hundreds and hundreds of jobs, new jobs that have been happening there. So thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers?
Next speaker is Brian Falk. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. I am the Community Development Director for the City of San Juan Bautista. And I just want to relate to the City Council. I understand the local issues. For us, the EDC has been exceptionally scalable. That is, we found in the EDC and the collaborative perspective that they bring to our Economic Development Citizens Advisory Committee to be very helpful. You know, we're looking forward to participating through our new group established in November 2021 through the SEDS program, the new SURF program, which is sort of a top-down approach to extra-regional, then regional and local economic development. And we really think that a great strategy can be developed through the SEDS program, and that's why we're looking forward to participating there. But just from our perspective, you know, the EDC, you know, has brought, you know, their resources to, you know, help our community understand the importance of economic development and the resources that are available to help businesses come to San Juan Bautista and the areas around San Juan Bautista. You know, so I think it's you know, mutually supportive effort is really essential for our mutual success. And you know, we really think that effective collaboration requires coordination. And that eventually will deal with the duplicative appearance. We understand the array of community development or economic development entities in San Benito County is confusing. And, you know, with an effective strategy, we think that that will be resolved in time and empower everyone. So, you know, just from our little local perspective in San Juan Bautista, we're looking forward to participating. And that's why I think our city council contributed money to support the economic development strategy and the EDC in general. It's something that, you know, we know that with collaboration, there will be policies and programs that help everyone. And we're already seeing the results of that. We've got 4 different subcommittees working to advance local programs into the regional effort. And so we're looking forward to that. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Carol Lenore. Carol, go ahead. Carol?
Good evening, Carol Lenore, City of Hollister resident. I wanted to respond to Councilmember Burns's question, looking back at previous council. I'll have to say that I was on there and I was pretty fluent with Economic Development Corporation as I attended several meetings, committee meetings and efforts, and as well HDA, which is my ultimate favorite. And then the Chamber of Commerce. I got to tell you, I don't know what the mayor's talking about because I never saw any politics involved. Now, there's something somebody did that didn't get his blessing. Maybe that's what's irritating him. But you have 3 organizations here that have worked in sync through the COVID to better the lives in the city of Hollister. They're equally important and they should be equally regarded for their professionalism and their dedication and their integrity. So I would ask the council to please consider funding on an equal basis these 3 organizations. And certainly I can't see why you wouldn't think EDC was not deserving. So I'm a little bit confused there. Again, Councilmember Burns, no politics was going on with any of those unless it was done behind doors. And I didn't work that way. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
We have Roland Resendez.
Hang on for a second. Because
So-
it's Councilor, I was going to say this is probably not appropriate, or how would he?
So
speak as
you
an
always
individual?
serve in 2 roles as a council member. You have your council member hat and then you have your resident hat. So I recommend that Councilmember Resendez speak as a resident.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Roland Resendez, resident of Hollister. I'd like to address what was spoken about with Michelle. I saw your presentation a few years ago. What I'm concerned about is measurables. I know it's difficult to do, but what I'd like to see is some measurables on the impact that you've had on tourism. You and I have had conversations before in the past about you promoting certain candidates at certain nonprofits you worked for before.
Mr.
Yeah,
Resendez, I think you're speaking more on the role of a council member. So tonight you'd have to speak as an individual, asking them questions or different things, not so much about your conversations as a council member with the different organizations. That'd be correct?
This, Mr. Mayor, what I'm referring to was before I was ever a council member. So this was when she worked for another nonprofit before I was a council member.
So there's no conflicts or misunderstandings. It'd be better if you ask questions or make points about whatever group it is. Thank you.
Sure. For the gentleman that spoke about wanting examples, I would say we can look at the amount of money that he's contributed to certain political candidates and the parties that he's had for one candidate sitting up there in particular. For the EDC, I know how passionate the new director is. I know how involved the new director is. I am very hopeful with the leadership, and I'm hoping to see everything that they spoke about come to fruition. And Hollister Downtown Association has knocked it out of the park, in my opinion, not only during COVID, but under the new director, the previous director, and the current one now. Those are my thoughts. Thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
I'm going to try one more. Randy Starbuck. Randy, would you like to
Mayor, yeah. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Randy Starbuck. I'm the CEO of A to B Consulting Group. I have worked off and on with the EDC over the past few years. I've had the opportunity to meet the mayor and maybe some other members of the council. I just want to very quickly go back to something that Brian from the city of San Juan Bautista mentioned that the EDC is currently monitoring, and that he mentioned the word SURF, which actually stands for Community Economic Resilience Fund. This is a new state program signed by the governor in September of 2021, just this last fall. And this is a program that was developed to promote a sustainable and equitable recovery from the economic distress of COVID-19 by supporting strategies to diversify local economies and develop sustainable industries that create high quality, broadly accessible jobs for all Californians. And that's according to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, which is heading this effort up along with the California Labor Workforce Development Agency and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, and also GoBiz. The EDC has asked me to monitor this new program. It's coming down in two different phases. The first phase, the applications for that were just submitted. The state has been divided into 13 regions, of which San Benito County is part of the Central Coast region, which consists not only of San Benito, but Santa Cruz, Monterey, San Luis Obispo, and Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. Each of these areas will hopefully receive up to $5 million to work together with all of the various entities in said counties, everything from labor and grassroots and community-based organizations to Native American tribes, workforce entities, education, on issues, like I said, going back to creating stronger, sustainable economies. The biggest takeaway from this is beginning in 2024, these various entities, because of their working together, will be able to, entities within those regions, such as the city of Hollister, for example, or the school districts are like, would potentially be able to access through applications a pot of between $500 and $600 million that's available statewide to carry on different things to create sustainable economies. So the EDC is monitoring that situation, has been participating in meetings through myself to ensure that should the SURF program create some opportunities that San Benito could take advantage of, that they're teed up and you're teed up and ready to do that. And certainly the city of Hollister, by supporting the EDC, would be in a great position to look at those opportunities should they match up with needs in the city. Thank you.
Very much. Do we have any other speakers?
We have no more speakers on Zoom.
Thank
and
you,
No other.
everyone that came out to speak tonight on these different organizations. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. At the beginning of the meeting, I overlooked, I did want to pull one other item forward, F5. I fear this is going to be a long meeting and I hope that there's
Don't jinx us.
a packed audience. And so out of respect, I'd like to bring F5 forward as well. That's the section about changing the name of Union Road.
Is that all right with the council?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council.
All right, we're going to now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council like to pull?
Mayor Tim Burns, item number 6, please.
A6, Mr. Burns. Do we have any from the public?
None from the public.
Okay, is there a motion?
Oh, to pull it.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Did you vote? Please vote.
Yes.
It's 4-0. We'll now move to item A6.
I'll answer these questions for staff. What was your question?
I don't know where to begin. I understand in reviewing this that we're looking for some sort of letter to amend an agreement to provide 2 positions in engineering, an additional compensation of 5%, if I read it correctly. And for me, I just don't understand why we would have to do that. I understand that those by monitoring the traffic counts, it's going to save the city approximately $90,000, and I'm grateful for that. But that just seems like smart business. And why would we pay people to do more than their job? I don't understand this. It makes no sense to me, quite candidly.
Yeah, it's just not part of their job description. And then was the main reason to add that part piece to it, because they are saving us funds going out and doing that.
So what you're saying is they're working out of class?
Basically, yeah.
So is there not city policy already that exists when they're working out of class, or I don't know. This
Yeah.
just seems, I just can't support it. And it's an issue of principle. It's not an issue necessarily of the money,
Okay.
but then it also speaks to the greater concern. Why would we pay a consulting firm $90,000 to have 2 employees? I don't know. I'm just,
Well, because it's mostly for them to come out here and do it, where staff is already here. It's putting out the counters and processing the data. It's not just, it's over a year's time, because they're the ones that whenever we need to do the speed humps or a intersection study, they're the ones that are going out and finding out, getting the traffic data.
okay. I perhaps maybe an off dais conversation.
Okay.
At the end of the day, it just seems like it would be part of their job description. And maybe we need to go back and rewrite their job description, because I don't see it. I can't support it. Thank you.
Okay. That's fine.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, I had very similar. I wanted to know a little bit more of how this came around, and was it a union initiated? Was it part of a reclass?
It was a new union, it's mid-management brought this forward.
And
Actually, I probably could have Mark speak about the program a lot better than I can. So.
Good evening, council. Essentially, this is out of class work, but it's the type of work setting out the counters, processing the data, falls under the traffic engineer position in the city, and we don't have a traffic engineer or staff for a traffic engineer. So engineering is taking it on, doing it in-house in order to save the city money. Typically, when we on previous projects, when we've had a third-party company collect data for always stop controls or speed cushion analysis, it's approximately $2,500 or $2,600 per location. The $90,000 is so far this year alone. We have 35 projects that for traffic analysis that have been requested this year alone.
And we're 35.
We're 35 that are in the hopper or have been done this year. And that equates at $2,500 a pop. That equates to $91,000 that would have gone to a data collection company essentially. So the reason for it is the out of class. It falls under the duties of a traffic engineering department. We don't have a traffic engineering department right now. Engineering is kind of the catch-all, and so these folks, we're asking for just 5% salary increase for 2 people that we can in the department who will be consistent, that will be setting out the traffic counters. So if there's any specific questions, I can certainly try and answer them.
yeah, so usually within the spec revision, so these are going to be permanent ongoing responsibilities moving forward as part of their job spec. So why wouldn't their job spec be revised? And then how does this tie into the study that was just done? And were there any, in terms of the history and the pay raise, has there been anything done within either a 6-month or 1-year period in terms of their pay rate? And so how would this impact that? Or how does that tie in? Because normally if it's something that's being brought in, it's usually covered under other duties as required, or if it's usually absorbed, especially if it's part of a management classification. So can you talk a little bit more about that? It doesn't make sense to me. So maybe I'm like of similar mind. I don't say this often, but I'm in agreement with Mr. Burns about this. This doesn't make sense.
Uh,
That was funny, really?
Hey, good one. She made a joke.
Well, I believe that this is, the only thing I can say is that it falls under traffic engineering. If we throw everything under other duties as required, then then they might be delivering milk tomorrow and that might be, so that's absurd, but that's.
No, it is,
yeah, but the-
especially for management classification. But so can you talk about, was this job spec under, did it go under class review or class study? Has there been any significant pay raises in the last year? And then are these ongoing duties that will require a study to justify the 5%? And then how were these two positions identified? And and I understand that this is a management classification, so that this is why it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I would say the increase was part of just the MOU or normal increase in MOU. The two positions were picked because those are the two people that are going out there and doing them and know how to do it and doing it consistently. So those are the main things for the class and comp that we just did. No, this is happening after we got started in that process. So it's more of a one-off project that they're doing. So it was hard to incorporate it into a study.
And in the last year, have there been any, so you're saying that the pay raise that they received over the last year was part of the natural MOU, and what percentage was that?
3.5%.
Okay, and there's been no other either reclass studies, reallocation studies, or reclassification studies for these two job classifications?
No, there hasn't been.
Okay. And then these two people were selected, so no other job classification was identified that could absorb these duties?
Correct.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yes. That's it.
Did you have a comment? I think the people involved in this have been doing a wonderful job getting us the information quickly. I think part of the problem in the past was first you'd have to find a firm to do it, and that would take some time before they show up. Whether it saves money or not, that what's happening right now is we're getting the information quickly. You have people that have learned to do this efficiently and correctly, and I've been amazed at the work they've been doing. And I can't thank them enough for being out there. Now, as far as government and out of classification, it's all crazy. I mean, if you come from the private sector, this all seems strange that if you do something else, you're out of classification. I'm an owner of a business. I go plunge toilets all the time. So it's just the way it is. But the rules are the rules. And if that's what it takes to do it, I'm for it. Do we have any speaker cards? Thank you. Is there a motion? I'll make a motion. Is there a second? No second, so it dies for lack of a second. All right, we're going to go now to item C, public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note the state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Monica Sanchez wishes to speak.
Oh, good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
Oh, hello. My name is Monica Sanchez. Gosh, I didn't think I was going to be the first one called. No, I just wanted to bring up the topic about the traffic there on Nash Road over by the high school. It seems like there's a lot of, there's traffic, yes, but speeding. That's a residential area, that's a school area, and people are just shooting down once they hit that the stoplight, the four-way stoplight where the marquee is at, San Benito and Nash. They're just hitting it at 55, 60 miles an hour till they get to the next stoplight right there where the Safeway's at. Okay, and same thing, there's a problem on that Lad Lane. I've seen cars racing down that road, because that's an open road. There's, once you get to that stop sign, I guess on that hillock and Lad Lane, and they're just shooting down there till they get to the elementary school.
Well, it's been redesigned now. Looks like a Mario Kart track now.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, I heard about that.
We
But,
have that fixed, and that's
Oh.
the final designs, everything's
Yeah.
it's gonna slow it down, way down.
Oh, yes, but, well, you know, I never see the police around there. You know, it is an area where there's a high schools there. And, you know, these cars are just going, you know, they're 50, 60, and even in the evenings, because I live in that area, they're, you know, going down, you know, 60 miles an hour. I think that street is what, a 35-mile-an-hour, you know, street. When was about 2 weeks ago, I was coming from, let me see, I don't have good sense of direction. I was passing the high school going towards the Safeway, but before I got to the San Bernardino Nash stoplight, I guess I was going too slow for the car behind me, and he goes to the left of me so he can get in front and go to the stoplight. I mean, like I say, you know, the school is there, there's apartments there, you know, why are people just racing down that road all the time? I mean, could maybe a camera be set up in that area? Speed bumps, roundabout, a cement wall, something, you know, but it's just ridiculous, you know, and I think that neighborhood, there's a lot of, you know, older people that live in that area in addition to the school being there, and it's just ridiculous. They're going just too fast. So I just wanted to bring that up to, you know, somebody's attention. Maybe something could be done about that.
So you're
Okay, and
asking
yes,
for
and-
a speed study on Nash.
Yes, yes. Okay, well, thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you.
We have no more requests to speak.
Thank you. Give me a second here to catch up on my notes. All right, we'll go now to item D1,
Nothing to report at this time.
item D2.
Nothing to report at this time.
We will go to council ready G4, or do you guys want to take a 5-minute break? Let's keep going, or want to take a break? Okay, let's just, we're usually take the break at 8:30, so let's go ahead and take the our break. We are going to resume the meeting. I had the request to go to move to F5 first. F5 first. Mr. Burns requested us to go ahead and move to, if we could do F5 first.
I
the
thought
street
that was,
naming.
we're doing G4.
Yeah, I did ask Councilmember Perez, but then I re-asked because I know that's a presentation.
Oh, I thought you
And-
meant that it was going to be after youth recovery because I was trying to
Yeah.
extend some professional courtesy out
Right.
to the doctor.
Right. My fear is that we're going to lose a lot of people that have been
And
here.
that's why I agreed
Right.
to G4 at
Right.
first.
Right.
Okay. So
So I'd rather go F5, G4 would be
Yeah,
my
are we all right
request
with
to
that,
council.
It's up to the council. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Gonna go.
But just for the future in the record, when you say that, you know what, we need to do this in the beginning of the meeting, we need to do it in the beginning.
He requested
And
this.
can I finish, please?
Sure,
Okay,
hang on, no,
can I
hang on,
finish?
hang
So
on,
when you
stop.
say that we're going to
Sir,
do this
we're
in the
gonna talk about
beginning,
that in the
we
time.
need to follow.
The council
what
member
you say.
requested something. I asked consensus. Is there consensus or not?
Okay,
Is there
so
consensus with
point
that?
of order, because I need to finish what I'm saying.
Sir, no, you do
So
not have
when
the
you
floor,
said,
sir.
did you not, or did
You
you?
don't have the floor. We're gonna move to item F5 now. Go ahead. Who's handling this item?
So when you say something, follow through with it.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This agenda item is in regard to Resolution 2022-139. It's for the street name change for a segment of Union Road between Airline Highway and Fairview Road. And the new proposed name is Cesar Chavez Way. So as such, staff recommends that the City Council adopt Resolution 2022-139, approving the street name change of said segment of Union Road and rename it to Cesar Chavez Way. Any questions?
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Not really a question, just a reminder that about 6 months ago, when I brought this up, I also requested, and I know it's not contrary to city policy, but I know we're building a new park out behind the fire station there. And I think it's a perfect opportunity to name that park as a new park, Cesar Chavez Park as well. Thank you. That was
Yeah.
my comments.
At the appropriate time, we'll bring that forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any?
I just want to make sure that there's no addresses that are going to be affected by this because I know most of it's all just no addresses except for the PG&E boxes. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe there's 2 meter addresses, if not 3, that will need to be.
Has anyone reached out to them? I am
Not-
for changing the name. I just think our residents need to be informed of what's happening when there are streets being changed.
Right, yeah.
And because you also have to change the deeds, if I'm not correct.
Okay, yeah, if it does get approved, I will be sending a notification, maybe something before sending the official address notice change. I'll send like an FYI that it's coming up and then follow up with the address notice.
So I totally support this. I just think that if there's any future situations like this, that if we inform the resident that their address is going to be changed, that they have an opportunity to come and speak also. But I am for this.
Yeah, but there's no residents that are being changed on this, correct?
No, it's just meter addresses.
Just, yeah,
Just-
just like
okay.
the PG&E meter.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Did we have any speaker cards on this?
Yes, we have 2 speaker cards. The first is Jose Carmen Lazama.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, Veronica Lezama and my dad, Jose Carmen Lezama. He wanted to share a few words with you all, and I'll be translating for him.
Yeah, buenas noches a todos los del concilio y todas las personas que están aquí. Yo nomás vengo a platicarles un poco de lo que significó César Chávez para mí.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here to share just some information about what Cesar Chavez meant to me.
Yo llegué en el 66, yo tenía 16 años y
I arrived in 1966 and I was 16 years old.
venía con un hermano me emigró y venía con toda la necesidad del mundo para sostener a mi madre y a mis hermanos.
I'm trying not to cry. So I arrived here with all of the need. I came from Mexico in order to help my family out in Mexico.
No sé cómo en ese tiempo me dieron trabajo, pero el chiste es que yo empecé a trabajar en el asadón, en el cortito.
At that time, I began working in the fields.
Sí, en el asadón corto.
With the backhoe, the short hoe.
Y entonces sufrí muchos maltratos por los mayordomos y el patrón no hacía nada o no se daba cuenta, no sé. Y
I suffered a lot of injustices at work, and the manager would pretty much not do anything about it.
y la cuestión es que yo me preguntaba, aunque era muy ignorante en ese tiempo, la gente era un poquito más ignorante pues yo me decía a mí mismo que no habrá un poder humano que pueda con los rancheros o con los mayordomos.
At that time, I would ask myself, isn't there a higher power? Isn't there a person that could come and help, kind of fight all these injustices?
Y entonces yo le platiqué a un compadre que él tenía como 2, 3 años primero que yo aquí en Hollister. Y él me dijo, hay una persona en Salinas que defiende al trabajador.
And he asked one of his compadres, and he told him about a person that was organizing workers in Salinas.
Y ya me envolví en la unión, vino a organizar la gente y yo me di cuenta de lo que significaba eso hasta que llegó él. Y
We're going to give it more time because of the translation.
That's right.
El mayordomo general, el que me maltrataba, cuando supo que yo llegué a ser de la mesa de negociaciones con el Bertuccio Farms y pues me envolví mucho con lo de la unión y yo vivo agradecido con don César Chávez por lo que hizo por mí y yo me siento muy agradecido y siempre le viviré agradecido porque de allí para acá me dijo el mayordomo general, dijo, José, me dijo el Bertuccio Farms, el patrón, que a ti te tratara lo mejor que se pudiera porque tenía miedo a que le metiera alguna demanda.
At that time, he joined the United Farm Workers and organized with Cesar Chavez. He was the picket line captain for the strike in 1981 at Bertuccio Farms here in Hollister. And he owes a lot of gratitude to Cesar Chavez, but also the Chavez family for their dedication.
Duramos un año en huelga, nos daban $25 la Unión de Campesinos. Y mis hijos eran, yo y mi señora, y éramos 6, y todos estaban chicos. Imagínense con $25 por semana, un año.
We went on strike for a year, and the union would provide our family of 6, with $25 a week. So just imagine the struggles that we overcame during that time, and other families as well.
El Bertuccio Farm nunca quiso negociar de buena fe y tuvimos batallando con él. Pues a las últimas no le ganamos, pero yo aprendí a que tiene uno, aprendí a tener dignidad y a valorarme como persona con las enseñanzas que yo le miraba a él.
The workers never succeeded in obtaining a contract with Bertuccio Farms. However, he noticed that the conditions improved. And so for that, he's extremely grateful for all of the efforts that the Chavez has contributed to the community.
Thank you.
That's-
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Y sí se puede.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Se puede.
We still have two more speakers left. Linda Lampe.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council and staff, and to all my beautiful friends out there. And I want to thank Mickey Luna and Vince and Veronica Lizama and her family for inviting me here and making me aware of this. You might say, what's a farm girl from Tennessee doing standing up talking about Cesar Chavez in California? But you know, the struggle was real. And I know what hard work it is, but when I hear the struggle that my friends went through, just about decency for water or bathroom breaks and the things that they went through, it makes me just love and admire. And I need to tell you that these wonderful people help us at Hollister Community Outreach. Every week, our food angels go out and we're serving over 800 families a week still with bags of groceries and nutrition. And if it wasn't for United Farm Workers and LULAC, we would not be able to do that. They're the ones that opened the doors and introduced us and brought about a level of trust to trust us to go out and serve them. And so a lot of folks think that the struggle is over, but the struggle is still real, especially now with the cost of food and the cost of gas. So the only two questions that we ask when we're serving food is, how are you today? Because we truly care. And we ask, how many are in your family? Because we want to make sure that we provide enough nutrition for that. And we get a lot of criticism for that because we're said, well, you need to know their income, their names, their addresses, and things of that nature. But we removed all those barriers because we know that there are people that are still concerned today. Maybe they're not documented. Maybe it's pride, maybe it's shame, maybe it's fear, but whatever it is, no family should not be able to have food on their table. I mean, fear is real. I'm afraid of Ferris wheels. You know, it's a real fear for me. Somebody would say, well, the fear is not real. You need to document who you're serving. But because of my beautiful friends, they opened the door. United Farm Workers, LULAC. So we go to the families at Villa Luna and other places in R.O. Harding, and we work alongside. And I have never seen such hardworking people to serve other people. So I did a little research and I found out that there are 31 streets in the United States named Cesar Chavez Way or Drive or whatever. There are 2 in Arizona, 1 in Idaho, 1 in New Mexico, 4 in Michigan, 2 in Minnesota, 1 in Missouri, 1 in Oregon, 9 in Texas, 3 in Utah, 1 in Wisconsin, 6 in California, 1's in LA, Santa Barbara, Oxnard, San Diego, Brawley, San Francisco, 31 streets. I'm excited that we're going to have the 32nd Street and the 7th Street in California named Cesar Chavez. And thank you for your
Thank you very
time.
much.
We have Mickey Solorio Luna.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm Mickey Solorio Luna, former council member. I'm here today because I feel very honored to be part of this evening and renaming Union Way, Union Road or Union Way to Cesar Chavez Way. Let me just tell you real quick, a little history on it. Cesar Chavez used to come here and stay with the Luna family on Enterprise Road, 831 Enterprise Road. It was Jose Luna, Mildred Duran Luna. Mildred was Kenny Duran's sister. And he would come and stay there. At 4 o'clock in the morning, he would walk out of Enterprise Road into Airline Highway. And he would make that round on Airline Highway. And then he would come back to the Luna residence. The Luna residence, Jose Luna became the captain of Cesar Chavez, is Vincent's uncle. And he is the one that's why the Villa Luna apartments on Hillcrest Road are named after him, because of all the dedication, the work he did in San Benito County in, actually putting Almaden vineyards together for the United Farm Workers. So I'm honored to say that, what goes around sometimes just comes around. And in actually going in there, crossing that road on Airline Highway and seeing the Union Way become Cesar Chavez Way is something that should be applauded. Thank you, Rick. And you know what? I really believe that was the only time that Cesar Chavez was on Airline Highway. He was arrested on Airline Highway, when he went to jail, and he went to jail with Mr. Lezama. He got arrested as well. But you know what? Julian Medina was the sheriff. And at that time we called Julian and said, Julian, do you know that the world is on your jail tonight? And yes, he said, I know that because I'm seeing them parking themselves across the street on Fremont School. So, everything works out. And I'm so glad to let you know that Cesar Chavez's daughter is here with me tonight, and her husband. She's a matriarch. Come up here, Sylvia. Sylvia Chavez Luna, the oldest daughter of Cesar. And thank you. But not only is she here, she's a resident of the city of Hollister. And she has done so much for the city already. And you know what? I'm just so glad and honored that she decided to come out tonight. She doesn't usually do this. She's very quiet about things. But thank you on behalf of the Chavez family, on behalf of the Luna family, on behalf of all the United Farm Workers of America, because they know what is happening here today. They know, the board knows. So thank you.
Thank you for putting context to it too. It's a very important story. Thank you.
We have no more speakers.
Okay. Any more questions, comments from council? Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much,
Mayor,
everyone.
real quick, we were kind of waiting for this to pass. I believe the chamber, if I'm right, Michelle can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they're trying to plan a name changing for the week or Saturday, August 13th, correct? So this is something the chamber is doing for our community. So thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to G4. Who's taking care of item G4?
I'll introduce, sorry, jumping around too much here. So I'd like to introduce Amy and Michael to present the report for Youth Recovery Connections to the council.
Good evening, council members and stakeholders, community public. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Tonight's presentation is a follow-up from our last meeting, a presentation of facts, present a resolution, and continue to ask. So right now, I'll just bring up Michael Salinas, the CEO of Youth Recovery Connections.
Hi, so
Thank you, Council, for allowing us to come back and, be present here.
Go
today.
ahead. If you can't go to the microphone, please.
So thank you guys for, allowing us the opportunity to come back today. I really appreciate that. So we worked really hard to, to satisfy the council, satisfy the community, and most importantly, to satisfy the youth in this community. As it states, in everything that we submitted, I think that we've done a really good job of doing what we needed to do to show the need of youth services here in San Benito County. So I want to kind of come back to what was asked of us the last time that we were here. There were certain deliverables that were asked of us, and again, I think that we've satisfied those needs of every single deliverable that was asked for us to bring back. More importantly, I remember one of the council members saying that they wanted to show proof of a child or a youth that's actually been helped or is being helped at this time. So I brought that child and that youth with me. He actually, he's a little bit shy right now, so he gave me the okay to go ahead and tell his story a little bit. So his family they're farm workers. They're Spanish speakers. They had no idea what was going on with him. He brought into me for anger management, and it was so much more than that. So we were able to get him the help that he needs, some mental health issues that he has going on, get him the help he needs, and he's been able to stabilize himself since then. So I just want to, just kind of show what this is and how this works. I think with the extra support that he's given, he's been able to kind of succeed to where he's at today. Today he lives a different life, because of that. And I'm not saying I'm special, guys. I'm just saying this is what it takes, the extra support for the youth that are here in the community.
But if you can come up to the microphone again, just because the audience might not be able to hear you. So
okay. So again, Joshua's here again just to show the need for these services in this community.
Thank you, sir.
And I want to go ahead and introduce Reb Close. She's going to go ahead and give you a little bit of real life data and the need for this county.
So thank you very much. My name is Reb Close. I'm an emergency physician at Community Hospital in Monterey. But in addition, I am an addiction medicine physician. I'm board eligible for that later this year. And then I work in advocacy in the Tri-County area. And so I'm just going to give you some information. I hope we can pull up. I just made a couple of screenshots to share with you about the problem that we have here in San Benito. And I say we, even though I'm from Monterey, because we built a Tri-County collaborative in an attempt to address these issues across our region, because the patients cross the region, right? The providers cross the region, and as well should the services. And the only way we can bring it all together is, as you mentioned earlier, with collaboration. So this is our San Benito data for any opioid related overdose death. And you can trend that from 2007. The California numbers are shown in the orange part of that graph. And as you can see, San Benito has really unfortunately suffered such a tremendous increase in their overdose deaths from opiates. Next slide, please. This is all drug-related overdoses. And these are all of the deaths. And you can see San Benito is following a similar trend with all drug-related deaths. And if we can jump to the next slide, this is frightening because these deaths are happening in our youth. And that's why, I am partnering in our Tri-County area, but specifically with our youth organization, so we can try to affect a change here. One more slide, please. And these are all the drug-related overdose deaths. And you see our youth are still very heavily represented. And just for comparison, please go forward. This is Monterey. So we had fentanyl in our community starting in 2019. And both San Benito and Santa Cruz were not seeing it yet. And it's basically our gang activity, and where it is why we were hit earlier. We implemented truly every outreach effort. I call them harebrained ideas. Everything that came to us, what can we do? We said yes. We started trying to bring it together to increase services in the community. We are seeing a trend in the right direction. Next slide, please. And this is for all drug-related overdoses. The prior was opiates specifically, but as you can see, as we pull people together as a community, we can affect some change. Next slides, these will be fast. Our age demographic is slightly different, so our needs are different. We're tracking this so we can affect a change in that needed group. Next slide, please. This is all of our drug overdose deaths currently. And as you can see, we're actually seeing it in an older population, so we're focusing there a little differently. Skip, yes. This is another thing that I think is incredibly important for the council and the community to see is these are our youth. These are drug-related. These are calls to poison control for suicide attempts or drug ingestions with the goal of self-harm in our children. This is national data. but we are seeing this as well across the nation, that our children are suffering and we need to reach out to them to prevent these fatalities and these non-lethal ingestions as well. Next slide. This is where the overdoses are happening. And this slide was updated actually here in Chambers. We've seen 62 overdoses in San Benito thus far this year. Those are the ones that are documented. I can stop.
We'll give you a couple more minutes and you can wrap it up.
Okay. I think, yeah, this is data we're tracking for the Tri-County area. Same trending information. I can share this moving forward. I know data helps people understand what's going on. And then we'll just go to one more slide. And as you can see, we're tracking things as it relates to stimulants, obviously benzodiazepines, cocaine as a specific stimulant, and then as well fentanyl. And if you can, it's hard to take it out on the graph, but you see San Benito unfortunately has the steepest incline in our fentanyl-related overdose deaths. And I am appreciative of the work that YRC is doing in our partnership in order to try to change that trend. I'll stop.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So amazing. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you all for the work that you do. I definitely believe there's value. And you know, I wanted to say thank you, Joshua, because you're brave. And I appreciate that. It takes a brave person to be willing to share challenges. And I wish you the best of luck and health. Thank you for taking time to come out tonight. One of the questions I posed before was about other relationships. And we know that it was a startup and it was going to take some time. And so I was hoping maybe we could speak about maybe the relationship, the rapport that you've established with the police department, with the sheriff's office, any other agencies that you think would be important for us to know, because you're still new and I suspect you're still in your infancy, but I want to continue to contribute and that would be helpful for me. Thank you.
So I think just to name a few, I mean, I think, you know, we're definitely part of the Tri-County Initiative. We just had the opportunity, thankfully, to partner with.
Can I ask you to step up? Sorry.
Okay. So we've made several partnerships here in the community. I think, you know, the one that just, you know, sticks out the most right now is First Five, because they're going to be able to bring that family component. So that's a big one for us. You know, I think that's very much needed here in the community. Again, I think that with that family component, it's going to bring, you know, education for Hispanic speakers, Spanish speakers, right? So again, we're part of this Tri-County Initiative. We're actually trying to build a CERT team, a substance use response team. So that's again, that's part of another Tri-County initiative that we're trying to do right now. That's going to consist of, you know, hopefully, you know, all areas of, you know, all different segments of modalities of treatment, you know, police officers, sheriff's department, EMS, everybody else involved. We've been in talks with EMS. We've partnered with, well, it's just to name a few, I can't even think.
We have partnerships with Youth Alliance. We've reached out to Prescribe Safe in Monterey County, Safe RX in Santa Cruz County, in organizations within the faith-based community here locally, including Legacy Church. So when we think about the whole person, we want, you know, 0 to 5 up to families. So it's not just about the youth. I mean, the main focus is the youth, but in order to reach the youth, we got to incorporate family, and family is what's key in bringing these numbers down and treating with the whole unit. And so we're super excited. We have a lot of really good support here in San Benito County, and we're excited about the work that we can continue to do. We've had talks with Hazel Hawkins.
Community Solutions. Community Solutions is another one that we've been in talks with, just because they're, you know, they're a youth provider as well. So we've actually gotten a couple of referrals from them. So they've been awesome. And there's several others. I mean, I think we mentioned a lot of them in the packet that we gave you. So it's, you know, sometimes you're up here a little nervous and you kind of forget some of them. But I mean, we've been blessed. You know, we've really been blessed. We've been able to kind of build a pretty good rapport within the community. And for those that know us, I mean, they know that the services we provide are good service.
We've also received a couple calls from the police department. It's not an official, but they might ask a question about substances, or they might have an adult referral, and we don't want to ever turn anybody away. And so we've responded to a couple adult calls that had to involve substances, and it was very successful. One was from the VA, the other one was a co-occurring client, who both are successful and in treatment at this time.
So just one more. We actually got a call from the probation department one day, and they said they had nowhere to send this guy. He was, They called everywhere. They couldn't find a spot for him. They didn't know what to do. They said, you're the last person that we reached out to see if you can actually get a house or get a housing for this man. And we did it. So we reached out to whoever we needed to, and we got him, placement for that night and for the weekend until he was able to get into an SLE on Monday. So, I think that we're able to kind of just, get into things, and I think our dedication and motivation, it kind of, it shows itself.
I couldn't agree more. So the city manager, remind me, I remember when this group came before us. I don't remember what the ask was, but I know there was an ask. We exceeded the ask, but we didn't get to where it was really going to be helpful to fund them for an entire year. Correct. And as I recall, I asked them to come back in September or August. And so thank you. I appreciate that. But remind me of the numbers if they're fresh, and if they're not, then where I'm headed with this is I would like to bring this back before council at a time that's reasonably soon for consideration for additional funding, assuming that the council would support that as well. Thank you.
The original ask was 165,000, but that was just a guesstimate because we didn't know what actuals were. I believe you guys said that was under budget from what it would actually cost. And so now that we've completed most, I would say 95% of our infrastructure, we do have actuals. So I brought in today what it would look like to have staff with the overhead each month, what it would cost for annual support. And then I kind of broke it in half to just go above the 165 mark. It would be to have part-time support and then bring in the grants. We've submitted several grants, medication assisted treatment infrastructure grant for rural counties that would allow us to broaden what we can do just with the youth, but as a county collaborative in creating a substance abuse response team. Santa, what county just started it? Oh, Seaside has it. So in the modeling other cities and counties across the state, Monterey County is starting their substance abuse response team. We've partnered as a learning collaborative of how we can bring that here, but it's going to take community relationships and bridge building and filling the gaps, and so that we can be effective. I know we're running out of time, but everybody's eyes are on fentanyl. Well, there's a new trend coming. I mean, it's not here in San Benito County, but the numbers are alarming. There's a new drug that's more potent than fentanyl. So if you look at it from a prevention standpoint, we need to take action now. We need to be prepared as a collaborative, as a community. And so we can, decrease the deaths. We had a 14-year-old overdose, as you guys know, a couple of weeks ago. Our youth are struggling, and what better to have peers that have lived that life with the lived experience to address what's going on in our youth.
Thank you. I guess one of the conversations we had when you appeared before council was that you're going to pursue some grants.
Yes.
And so I think if the council agrees to bring back a follow-up conversation about additional funding, that you'd be prepared to share your successes and where that's headed, and maybe other things you've applied for as well. So because I know I have an interest, I don't know that I have the support to get to the mega number, but certainly I do think that you've provided valuable service, and you've demonstrated that through your PowerPoint, through your presentation, through the council packet as well. And then also I'd be curious if you've gotten any momentum with the county or the city of San Juan Bautista as well. And Mayor, that will conclude my questions and comments. Thank you, sir.
So we are working with contacting, we're struggling, to be honest, as a barrier of how to get on before San Juan Bautista. We have a packet submitted, supposed to be submitted this week to Board of Supervisors to go before them later this month. So the idea is that since it's a countywide, City of Hollister countywide collaborative we want to do, our idea was if City of Hollister, supports the halftime initiative, and then we go before Board of Supervisors and said, hey, City of Hollister's in on this half, let's match, let's meet it this way. So we're hoping that through you guys and your leadership, that other agencies will jump on board and know that it's okay to bring in new programs and innovative thinking, as with your leadership.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Oh, we do have the resolution that was in the packet in partnership with First Five. It's critical in our submission of grants that we submit a resolution or a letter of support to show that the leadership's on board. And Lisa from First Five CEO can explain the resiliency network and how critical this resolution is.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members and staff. I'm the Executive Director of First Five San Benito. Also facilitate the Resiliency Network. And the Resiliency Network is a group of nonprofits and departments of the county that come together so we can fill in services along a pipeline of a child's life from prenatal to age 25. So you may know that the governor approved a lot of extra behavioral health funding to alleviate some of the behavioral health needs in individual counties. And so what they've done is they've opened up community pathways for nonprofits to come together. So we've done that with the YRC. They've joined our network and we've had retreats. And so there's an opportunity in front of us. We're not asking for any money for this initiative, but we do need to show strong support. And what we have to gain is a couple $1 million for facility. And so as we start braiding all these services that already exist here and that want to exist, we can house them. This is round 4. And then once we get the facility to house them, there'll be other rounds, 8. It will go to round 8. And those rounds will allow us to expand family support services and clinical interventions. So we're hoping that you'll provide support for us so that we can be competitive. I know of no other organization that's applying for this. So we're lucky to have YRC here as part of the network advocating for the resolution that's included in your packet.
Thank you. You have a question, comment?
So thank you for all the wonderful work that you do and your time and passion. We could definitely hear it and we see it out in the community. So thank you. One of the things that I just wanted to share was it's going to be critical to have social services, probation, and behavioral health on board. They're the pass-through money for a lot of money that's already earmarked for exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
So without kind of their help, it's going to be very challenging for you to have the necessary infrastructure in place without those 3 organizations or even just one.
We enjoy a really great relationship with them because we're already offering case management, upstream prevention strategies, and we have a really close relationship with the sheriff's office as well. Probation is our leading referral into the Family Impact Center. So we enjoy that relationship with those entities because I think that when families are in crisis, they're looking for somewhere to go. And we have a dedicated team that work at the Family Impact Center. So I believe we'll have that support. Tracy Belton from the Health and Human Service Agency is on our commission of First Five and a supporter. We also hold the contract for child abuse, child welfare with Health and Human Services. So we get a lot of referrals from them as well. So I appreciate your guidance on that. There are some agencies that we still want to memorialize our relationship, but we've had really good talks with the Community Action Board and they're working on a similar venture. And they told me this morning why we don't want to invent the wheel. We'd rather partner with someone that's already doing this. So we're open to every partner in the community that wants to partner. And we have a very equitable process of how they can join. So if you know of anyone that wants to partner, send them our way. And if they're not being responded to, let me know. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
I got it. Oh, you done? So, I've had my history here with San Benito County and the health department and those agencies over there. And I'm so glad that I don't have to go through that again. But you know what, for the other people in our community, I am so glad to have another option. It really touches my heart personally in my personal life to know that there's help out there, because going down that other road, there is none. I've lived it. I lived it. So thank you guys all for what you guys are doing. Pastor, thank you.
Thank you. You have any speaker cards?
Yes, we have a number of speaker cards on this item. Roxy Montana.
Good evening, and thank you very much. I would like to keep this really short and sweet. I hope that you support the Youth Recovery Connections and support them not only funding, but with your attention. Thank you.
Stacy McGrady.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I will also try and keep this short, but it is very personal to me. I've had the opportunity to speak with Amy and hear about the program. I've been a member of the opioid task force here in San Benito County since its inception. The reason I became involved with that is because my son, a 2008 graduate from San Benito High School, an honors student, scholar, athlete, football player, track, worked at In-N-Out Burgers before he graduated, has been a heroin and meth addict since graduating. I'm lucky my son is still alive. I have gone through the frustrations of trying to get support and assistance through behavior health, through the lack of resources in this county, the lack of MAT services in this county. Currently, my son drives every Wednesday to San Jose to the Indian Health Center, where he has group counseling and is able to get a prescription for Suboxone, which he lives at home, so he has to take it every day if he's going to continue living at home. But the other option is that he dies on the street. I'd rather have my son die at home than die on the streets, to be very honest with you. I make this presentation to you to remind all of you that addiction isn't just someone else. It is all of us. It is me. It is my family. It is my son. It is my mom, his grandma. It is so many people that you would never even imagine, that you wouldn't know. And I speak about this because there is a hell of a lot of shame in talking about having a child with addiction. And there's a lot of blame. And I know that people look at me and they judge me. And I don't freaking care anymore, because if we don't talk about it, we can't get past it. And that's why I talk. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Michelle Gutierrez.
Hi there. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a resident here of Hollister, has been here for about 12 to 15 years. Recently, I had a experience with drug overdose. My grandson, who's 26 years old, passed away 6 months ago from fentanyl overdose. So this program hits home for me. So I'm just here in support of this program, and I hope that you all can lend all of your support as much as possible to the youth program, and let's talk about it, as Stacy says, and get some results, I hope. So thank you.
Thank you.
Raul Sanchez.
Good evening. I have over 25 years
working in mental health. The last position I held was with the County of Santa Clara Mental Health Department. I was a healthcare analyst manager. And the things that I've learned about drug addiction and alcoholism and mental health issues, behavioral health issues, gave me a new life, because now I'm retired. Now I'm willing to work with this program and devote my expertise and my energy to make them succeed, because I don't know what the word failure means in my world. So if you guys support this program and fund the program and everything, I promise I will dedicate 30, 40 hours or whatever it takes to make sure that this program succeeds with partnerships and all that kind of stuff. So I would appreciate it if you support the program. Thank you very much.
Jennifer, you're Gavin?
Good evening. It's been a late evening, yes. I'm Jennifer Gavin. I'm the Director of Pharmacy at Watsonville Hospital. So you've heard a lot of folks speak about a Tri-County Collaborative. I'm the Santa Cruz version of the Tri-County Collaborative. You've got Reb, you've got Michael and Amy. What you guys, I don't know if you could see, the reason Michael was so far away is his leg was going the entire time. He's got this energy that when I listened and participated in these calls with Safe Monterey County, it was palpable. To the same degree that you could feel Amy being nice and calm, being right there next to Michael saying, we're going to get there, we're going to get there. The second part of why I wanted to be here is to thank you all for allowing us all to speak and for your obvious support of the program. There have been other folks that have spoken also that have talked about options. Options are great. One box does not fit everybody. Santa Cruz County, we're very fortunate to have options. I'm I'm supporting a program at Watsonville Hospital. And what helps me is that I know that my substance use navigator, who actually lives in Hollister, by the way, thank you guys for giving her to me. But she's got outreach to 3 or 4 different clinics in Santa Cruz County. Watsonville hits Monterey County, right? And so we reach over into Rebs County, we reach into San Benito County. So the strength of what you guys have been talking about, not just for this program, but what I've been listening to overall, and you guys were talking about community working together, that's what we're doing. And thank you so much for supporting that. Thank you for supporting the program.
Thank you.
Ashley D. Herrera?
She's amazing. She's amazing. And we lost her. That was my game.
Okay. Jerry Gutierrez?
Good evening, council. Thank you for your services. Civil work. My name is Jerry Gutierrez. I am a resident of Hollister 8 years. When I first came to Hollister, I chose Hollister because I wanted a safe environment for my children. I lived in San Jose, Gilroy, Santa Cruz, and Hollister. And Hollister is the place where I plan to park it with my kids. My kids, thank God, went to the high school. They attended school here. They turned out to be really great kids. I am forever grateful and indebted to the community of Hollister, the school, the educational board, citizens as yourselves that care about the community and about each other. So I take it upon myself to give back whatever I can. I am a Christian. I work with and mentor young kids in high school and young adults. My kids, a lot of their friends were from broken homes with absent fathers, and they were low self-esteem. They didn't have any sense of direction or anything. I would pick them up, about 10 of them, take them to church, take them to go eat, and drop all 10 of them off. And little by little, they started to find mentors, and they started to find father figures and role models and examples in church. And you could see them grow, their confidence, their faith, their happiness. They would spend 2 hours eating at Taco Bell and I was falling asleep, but they're engaging about their exciting evening. All they need is somebody to show that they care, somebody to intervene, to show a little bit of love. I'm sure all of us here in this room have stumbled at one point in our lives, and somebody picked us up, showed us love, gave us a break, gave us a second chance. Life is about second chances. I believe in these children. I see on Facebook a lot, there's a lot of ghost guns, there's fentanyl, And all that is spilling out because of the inflation going on. The inflation is causing kids at a poverty level, minorities, and some people like Stacy's family, my apologies, Stacy, that are bleeding out. They're angry, they're aggression because now there's more drug abuse in the home, there's more drinking in the home, there's more violence. These kids, there's a funny thing that, you know, they say in the Hispanic community, you get disciplined with a chancla. You know, everybody laughs about it, but there's also another story to that. They learn these behaviors. They act out aggressively in violence. Hollister is growing right now. Since the 2010 census, it's grown from 8 to 10,000 residents in just 12 years. The last 2 years alone, it's grown 3.25%. In just the last 2 years alone. So I'm a real estate agent. I move a lot of people into Hollister, and they're all coming from San Jose and Santa Clara. I dealt with Michael on Friday with somebody who had a fentanyl problem with a child like Stacy's, a kid named Josh, who they never thought would abuse drugs. Michael was there. I talked to him an hour. He has a heart of gold and a true compassion. I want to get involved with him and his group, and that's why I'm here today. I believe in people like him. Thank you.
Monica Hernandez.
Thank you, everyone. I'm here to support Emmy's and Michael's initiative. And I'm a resident of Hollister for 23 years. And the stories right now just remind me the last year of my son's, oldest son's on high school. He came one day and he was, I don't know, weird, acting weird, because he took something that I didn't know what it was, because I don't have the sorry, the ¿sí? ¿Me traduces? Ok. No tenía el conocimiento de qué era lo que estaba usando, y era marihuana, pero no sabía, y no sabía dónde ir.
She's saying that she had that her son was using marijuana, and she said because she didn't have the awareness or the education behind that, she had no idea what it was. So she was kind of stuck without knowing what her son was under the influence of.
Solamente fue un día, porque soy mamá mexicana y a veces usamos la chancla, como decía Jerry, y lo dejo de hacer. Pero no tenía yo a dónde ir, no había un lugar. Si hubiera habido un lugar donde yo hubiera tomado información, hubiera sido diferente.
She said, although it only happened one day, because like somebody else said, she used the chancla, meaning the sandal. So that kind of stopped. But she said that the problem was that she didn't have anywhere to go. She had nowhere to turn to. She had no resources. There was nowhere for her to get this information and get her the awareness or anything that she wanted to try to help her son.
También trabajo en la agencia de Primeros 5 y creo que es muy importante apoyar esta iniciativa y sobre todo apoyar y traer un centro comunitario que sería el Residency Center para toda la comunidad, no nada más para jóvenes, sino para todos los niños y las personas que tienen hijos y tienen necesidad. Porque no hay nada aquí en Hollister y es importante. Como residente de Hollister, yo les pido que piensen en eso, por favor, y apoyen esa iniciativa.
She's saying that she's an employee of First Five and that she supports this initiative. She says that it's important for this community to have somewhere they, the kids can go to and a type of center where they can get the, the awareness, the knowledge, the education, and the parents as well. She says that, she's been here for many years and this is something that's never happened here. And that she, as a resident, she would like to see this happen here.
Hemos visto muertes de jóvenes por sobredosis, por pandillas y por muchas cosas. Y yo como residente les pido a ustedes que hagan algo al respecto, porque no nada más es mi hijo, son los hijos de todos los que estamos aquí.
She says she's seen a lot of violence, a lot of deaths that, some of them from gang violence, some from drugs. So she said that she would really like to see this happen so that way they can get the help that they need.
Y por último, tengo información de la agencia de Primero 5, si me permiten pasárselas a ustedes para que sepan o entiendan un poquito más de lo que es Primero 5.
She said if it's okay, she'd like to give a little bit more information about what First Five is so that way people know what there's another resource.
Thank you.
Can I?
Yeah, yes. Go ahead. Well, who's the next? No, take. Gracias. Yeah, take it back down to 3 minutes. I think you hit 5.
Okay, I'm sorry if I don't get this name correct. Lori Mae Garcia.
Hello, council members. My name is Lori Mae, and I have been living in Hollister for 2 years now. Me and my husband moved here from San Jose. I also am a transplant from Monterey and Seaside area, so I know the central region very well. I actually wanted to tell you a story about what Mike did for our family. Currently, my little brother was just released from prison. He was in prison when he was 14 because he suffered from a psychiatric disturbance episode, and the judge just threw the book at him. He had been there until he was 21. Currently, he's almost turning 22 now. I want to tell you the story that when I called around, there was nobody to help our family. Like, we reached out to so many people in Monterey, in San Jose, like all over, even around the nation. And nobody wanted to talk to us. Nobody wanted to take our case, except for the time when I called Mike. And Mike, could you I want to tell you that he spent 2 hours listening to my mother talk about the horrid time that our family had because my little brother was in prison for so long. He is currently out, but he's still struggling with a lot of mental health issues. And the Youth Recovery Connection, I mean, Mike was there to like help my mom, just like advocate for her and give her the strength to continue fighting, because that's what we all do now. We just fight for my little brother. Thank you.
Again, I'm having a hard time making out this first name. Loraxo is the second name. Lorenzo?
Evening, council members, mayor. My name is Johnny Lorono. I've been a resident here in Hollister for about 9 years. But addiction hits home. I was born and raised in addiction. I suffered myself addiction. I have 5 beautiful girls, and I live now in this city, and I don't want them to have to worry about the addiction. So when I spoke with Amy about the preventative measures, the awareness, the programs, getting to it where it begins to the root, not waiting for the moment of when it happens, but getting there before it happens. Being aware of what's out there, the services, what causes it. My oldest daughter's 18 and suffers from anxiety. That's something that I worry about because I don't know if she's going to go down that road. I pray that she doesn't, but I stand here before you saying this is a program that I want to be a part of for my family, as my community, I want to see what we can do together, because to me, my kids are that important. And to me, everyone's kids are that important, even before the little ones are just that important, because they see it all. They may not know it, but they see it and they grow up in it. And I was that child at one time. And it's a big thing in my heart right now to be a part of this, and really I just hope you guys just get on board along with all the other services to really just tag team and just do something about this, because this isn't getting any better. This is getting worse. I've lost a lot of friends who've lost kids. I've lost, just numerous people to this cycle of life, and it needs to stop, but it stops when we stand up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kathy Rincon.
Thank you. I just want to thank God for my recovery, because me too, I'm an addict, was an addict for over 25 years. And this month will be 1 year that I'm sober. And options, yes, it's good to have options, because when I was in my recovery, I had to go to Santa Clara and do pathways on Zoom, which wasn't enough. It wasn't enough for me. Hollister, you either had to be on probation. I wasn't on probation. And so then because of that, it kind of like limited what I can get, what services I can get. So I think that I support what they're offering, because it is good to have options. Not everything is for everybody. I have nephews that do fentanyl, and I know people and I would hate to see them. These kids need something so that they can find themselves, find their purpose in life, not just get high and end up in prison. They need to raise up to their full potential. And sometimes we don't know if we don't have the help. We don't want to leave the city to go get help. It should be here. It should be offered to us here in our own home. We shouldn't have to leave the city to find this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Joaquin Canales.
Hi, good evening. I'm Joaquin Canales. I'm going into my senior year next week, and I'm here to show my support for Youth Recovery Connections. Through the 3 years of high school that I've been here, and I've witnessed so many things involving, substance abuse. Not only that, but it runs my family, from them abusing substance in their youth. My mom went through it, my aunt went through it, and right now I'm seeing, my cousins go through it. So this is obviously something really personal to me. And I have to go to school and, also see that in other students dealing with these issues and this abuse that they can't really find help for, or they're scared to ask for help. When I met Amy, we met through someone that we both knew. His name's Gabriel, a really good guy. But besides that, I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to speak with them and work with them, because I'm currently volunteering. I dedicate a few hours of my week to try and help in whatever way I can. And I just want to come up here and say that what they're doing is so amazing. And I hope that everyone here and all of you can see that too. Thank you.
Benjamin Bravo.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Bravo. I'm 22 years old. I'm a former employee of All Ed here in Hollister, and I'm actually a U.S. Navy veteran as well. Looking back at my time in high school, I'm not originally from Hollister. I went to high school in Saudade, and I went to Saudade High School. And just looking back, I lost 3 of my best friends from this, right? And a lot of what we think is drugs isn't necessarily an addiction problem with them, right? Addiction can be alcohol, it can be drugs, it can be whatever it is, right? And I lost my best friend. His name's Ryan, but we call him Tristan. We lost him to he got too drunk and he ended up falling asleep and he choked on his throw up and he died. Right. So that really affected me because he was like my older brother. He was the person who really just brought me into high school. He was a junior when I was a freshman, and we did everything together, and he just taught me everything that I know. Right. So losing him was just one of the worst experiences of my life, and I'm still not over it to this day. I've lost a couple of other friends and family members due to fentanyl overdoses, specifically my little cousin. She was only 15 years old and she died a year and about 3 weeks ago. Right. I've lost a couple of other friends throughout my time in the Navy. They weren't necessarily addicted to anything, but they got hit by drunk drivers. Right. And that really hits home for me. And I have no sympathy for that. But at the same time, it's a problem that we need to address. Right. And I currently feel like, I'm sorry, I'm just really nervous right now. I just really feel like we need to, fix this before it happens. Right. We need to address this within our youth. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think the best way, all credentials aside, because Michael and Amy are overqualified, I think we need people who have experience, real life experience in addiction, and there's nobody better than these two people. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Adam Mendoza. Lucia Rincon.
Hello, good evening. So I'm a little nervous. I wasn't going to speak, but I'm going to. So it seems like every day we're hearing about all these overdoses, different crimes being committed, and mental illnesses. Not saying that Youth Recovery Connection will take all that away, but I believe it will help a great deal with the numbers. I also speak out of experience, being raised in Hollister 45 years of my life, also a recovering drug addict. Growing up, we didn't have none of this. Never. I mean, I don't even think it was ever even brought up, talked about. And had it been, I guarantee my life would have been totally different. And I'm grateful that I'm different now. I've changed for the better, but I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I want my kids and I want my grandson to have a place to be able to go. I mean, God forbid, but just knowing it's there, and yeah, I think it's time for us to rise up and fight for our kids because it's going to get worse. The world's an ugly place. Thank you.
We have a couple on Zoom. First one is Elias Salinas. Go ahead, Elia.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Paul?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for letting me speak. First of all, I want to start off with how much joy it gives me to have heard Joaquin speak at such a young age, that he's volunteering already for such a great cause. I would like to thank Stacy, Michelle, Monica, Lori Mae, Johnny, Kathy, Lucia, and Benjamin, all for sharing your personal stories. You don't have to, but you're brave enough to come because this is important for people to know. And so thank you so much for sharing your stories. Now, City Council, as you were aware, Mike and Amy came to you some time ago, and look at them today. Look at them today with everybody who showed up to speak on their behalf of the great motivation, the work that they've done to come back and show you that they're serious about this. They are so motivated and they're so excited about wanting to bring something to here to San Benito County. Here, the fact that they're working with others and they're wanting to make other relationships with other agencies within San Benito is great. For years, I have been very critical of San Benito County behavioral health because they don't have the facility and they don't have the people. We literally in San Benito County residents give hundreds of thousands, very close to millions of dollars to behavioral health for outside contractors because they cannot find someone here local, whether it's for adults or whether it's for children. They sent them out of town. They sent them out of the county. Some of them go to Southern California. And these, the YRC is wanting to be here in San Benito County. And I advocate so much that for you city council members, that you're all listening to the great work that they have done so far in such a short period of time, the passion that they have to have done this work and willing to put in more time. And they've reached out to all these other people who have come before you here tonight. They're willing to volunteer and already volunteering. So please, when they come back at a later date for financings, and I will speak on behalf of them when they come to the Board of Supervisors, please support this program that they want to bring to San Benito County. And it would be a great benefit, not only to the city of Hollister, but to all San Benito County residents, so we don't have to depend on outside services. I mean, it's going to take a while, but somewhere we have to start somewhere, and here they are before you. Thank you.
Kristen Fuller.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, Council. My name is Kristen Fuller, and I've been a member of the Hollister community for 4 years. I live here with my husband, Tim, and our 16-year-old son. He's the youngest of 4 children. I would like to talk to you tonight about the opioid epidemic among our youth in Hollister and the need for more services and options for youth and families like Youth Recovery Connections. We're a pretty typical family. We go to work, we own a modest home. Our son attends public school. He used to excel in school, participate in sports and activities, and be very sociable. But over the past year, my husband and I have become members of a club we would never have wanted to join, the Parents of an Addicted Child Club. The membership fee is steep. It'll cost you your joy, your peace, and your sense of security. It will take away every hope and dream you ever had for your child and their future. It can even cost you the life of your child. You don't sign up for this club. Your child unknowingly signs up for you the first time they touch a drug. This past April, we almost paid the ultimate price, the life of our child. At 3:45 one morning, our dog woke us up. When we went to let her outside, we heard a strange noise coming from our son's room, and we ran in to find him blue, unresponsive, and cold. He was in the final stages of breathing. Through tears and panic, we called 911. First responders arrived within 4 minutes. Thank you, Hollister Police and Fire. After 3 doses of Narcan and rescue breathing, they were able to revive our youngest child. He had taken pills that he did not know were laced with fentanyl. He was taken to Hazel Hawkins, where we sat with him full of fear. We were terrified and we were in shock. We had no idea what to do next. I sent a text to Michael Salinas, who had worked with our son as a substance abuse counselor. I just thought he'd want to know. To our amazement, Mr. Salinas showed up at the hospital with Miss Bravo, and they told us not to worry. They would find a residential recovery center that would take our insurance, and they would be in touch. Within an hour or two, they had placed some calls on our behalf. They called me with the name and number of a residential recovery center that had space for him, and they told me how to go about getting him in there once he was released from the hospital. I cannot describe the weight that was lifted when these incredible human beings simply stepped in and guided us to the resources that were out there. In the midst of what was the darkest day of our lives, they brought some light. They saved me from what would have undoubtedly been numerous, long and stressful phone calls to our insurance trying to figure out what could be done at a time when I could not even think straight. This overdose to treatment connection is a gap that exists in our current system. We're forever grateful to the founders of YRC that they were there for us. Our son was transferred to a hospital in Santa Clara and spent several days in the ICU there with a heart issue that has since improved. He was in the hospital for a week and then went to the residential recovery center. Mr. Salinas even followed us there to ensure the process went smoothly. Having an organization like YRC connected to the hospital and first responders to bridge that gap for families suffering through the overdose of a child would be an absolute lifesaver for our community. We're still muddling through the ups and downs of addiction with our son, luckily with the advantage of access to the knowledge and experience of Michael and Amy, which leads me to the need for further ongoing services in our community, such as 12-step meetings for youth. Currently, we only have adult meetings. A safe environment where adolescents can socialize under supervision to include planned and structured activities and outings. An information hub for parents and families who need assistance finding help for their addicted children or who are seeking information on prevention. Education for our youth on the methods dealers use to recruit them. Many Hollister children are being used as low-level drug dealers or plugs. Medication-assisted therapy and parent support groups. I know the city of Hollister and San Benito County already have certain valuable services in place. We've benefited from these services with our son, and I'm so glad people have access to them, but more is needed. I know you're committed to this community, and I know you value our youth. Please, if you are not already aware of the enormity of the opioid crisis among our Hollister youth, take my words to heart. I do not wish for any other mother to go through what I've been through. I strongly encourage you to work with organizations like Youth Recovery Connections to bridge the gaps necessary to connect suffering families to services, to get addicted kids to recovery, and to prevent them from using in the first place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers.
Thank you. Is there any more comments or questions from council members? Go
Yeah.
ahead, Mr. Perez.
During all these testimonies and all these speakers speaking, and you guys take me back to and I know I'm not the only family here that has lost someone to addiction. And I have seen Michael in action, that rapport he has. It's like it's like walking into a refrigerator or jumping into a pool. It's like it's all of a sudden it's there, you know, and he connects with the youth, and it's a gift from God. Use it appropriately, and thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I do want to some recommendations for you guys. This is a lot of support and a lot of positive direction, but it's going to be critically important for you guys. And I know you know this already, the pathway, how this works through the federal government, through the state government, through the county. And you have to get onto that track for this to work. The city of Hollister by itself is not going to make that difference for you, because that's not how the structured government works financially for these kinds of programs. Now, it sounds like you have worked very well with a lot of people. So I would highly encourage you to put that focus on how to take those next steps. I know I heard several comments about behavioral health not being there and certain things. And we all have frustrations with government. I can tell you, I've had frustrations dealing with the homeless through it, but the pathway has to come through there. Now, your partners of First Five, we worked at the event over there. They have the path to get there. You got to get that focus in there, because those dollars are coming. The state's finally recognizing what's really happening. And those dollars are funneling through from the federal level down through, but it's not going to come through the city side of it. It's going to have to be at the county side of it. So I'm just putting it out there for you guys. That focus has to be there now to get through it correctly. Otherwise, you're going to lose an opportunity, because there's a lot of different organizations out there that are lining up that have, as you all know, the professional people to grab those dollars. So you got community support. You just need to make sure you have the facilities, you can do what you need to be doing, and the support groups. And I heard a lot of volunteers here tonight, so I wrote down who those volunteers were. So when you're lacking volunteers, I'm going to for the names. So I'm going to, again, just don't lose time here. Get back there and get in the right track, the right road. Otherwise, you're going to have issues succeeding. because you can get a little help here, but it's never going to accomplish the overall goal of what you're trying to do. So I just want to put that out there for you guys so you're well aware of it and make sure you get on the right path.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for what you're doing. Okay, it's 10 o'clock.
Real quick, Mayor, for staff's direction, I think Councilmember Burns asked about funding, bringing him back. And I was just looking for consensus. Okay, thank you.
And then also an outcome for the resolution. If you guys are in support of that, we can,
I think she wanted to wait till they see.
the resolution for the resiliency center, so we can submit additional grants to fund the center.
Yeah, we'll discuss that with you and figure out how to get that back.
Thank you.
This is going to go back to the county conversation to see where I'm going with all this. So, okay. Yeah. Do I have council's permission to continue? It's 10 o'clock. We have no choice, but asking.
I'd say yes, but I'd like to take a 5-minute break if we may,
Yeah,
please.
absolutely. Sure. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Extra cushion. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's killing me.
Let's go ahead and get started.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and council members. Resolution before you is 2022-135, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the calling of an RFQ for project manager services to assist city staff with the 2 Prop 68 grants awarded to the City of Hollister by the California Department of Parks and Recreation. The project manager will work closely with city staff to develop a project schedule and a detailed scope of work for property acquisition, design, construction elements on the new park project to be procured through the design, bid, build, delivery method. And additionally, the Dunn Park Clubhouse has characteristics that qualify for historic structure. Therefore, any changes to the building, including window and roofing material, would require consistency with the Secretary of Interior Design guidelines for historic preservation before issuance of a building permit. The project manager shall obtain a historic preservation restoration consultant to provide design recommendations to the Secretary of the Interior for historic preservations, and the project manager will assist the city with maintaining compliance with the Prop 68 grant guidelines. Are there any questions?
Any questions, council? Go ahead.
Thanks, Tina. I'm wondering why we're contracting out for these codes and why are we still understaffed or in Parks and Recs? And can you just tell me why because I'm just wondering why we're doing this.
Originally, when we applied for the grant, we had our staff with the resignation of our development interim development services director reached out to some of our other development services staff, and they're just kind of overwhelmed with their work responsibilities right now. We just hired our recreation coordinator, so we were just down to myself and another coordinator, and that's where we're looking for the support of a project manager to help assist us with some of these things. This project manager will do a lot of the outreach. I mean, I feel our city does a great job with outreach, but there's just sometimes there's a different element that we need when we're doing new park projects, doing this outreach to the community, some design concepts, and then kind of putting together those designs on a board of some sort so that we are not trying to do everything from running a city event to trying to do some outreach to our community. I really feel with the 150th celebration and us playing a bigger role in that took up a lot of our time. And at this time, we have to send quarterly reports, and our timeline shows that we should be in pre-construction right now, and we're just not there yet. So I have talked to the Department of Parks and Recreation, and they're understanding, just kind of explaining what happened. But we still need to get back on track, and I feel like this project manager will help us with getting there.
To answer your question?
It does. I might have missed it, but is there an amount that you're looking, or you're just looking for bids?
We're at this time, we're looking for the bids. We're in the first process for a project manager, an RFQ for a project manager. So there's not a cost at this time.
Plus, I mean, this is not really the staff's expertise, it's construction and monitoring it. So that's we like to get some experts in there to make sure that we are bidding things competitively, and we're getting, they just know the best way to handle, like I said, the bid packets, the construction costs, what's reasonable, what's not reasonable. I mean, we can look at their, at a construction company's quantities, but we don't know if that's a reasonable quantity or not a reasonable quantity.
You have a question? I was just going to say, this is absolutely very common for government projects. I mean, you're seeing more of this than you're not seeing. So because of exactly how you explain this, you want experts out there that are making sure projects, they're prevailing wage projects, that they're staying on schedule. They're using the materials as per contract and making sure it's getting done correctly. This is very common. And I'm kind of surprised we haven't done it in the past. So knowing that we have a few projects like this, it makes a lot of sense because, you know, you could have the staff here, but they don't have the expertise to do a lot of this. And that's just the way it's working out there in today's world. So Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this time sensitive in relationship to the grant itself? We've been awarded the grant, correct?
We have been awarded the grant and completion needs to be completed March of 2024. So there is time sensitive. Just talking to some architects out in the community, not in our community, but out in the world. Building a brand new park can take 12 to 18 months. So we just feel like right now is the time we need to stay on track.
I agree. And really, I'm not sure if you're talking about a project manager or more of a construction management person, but either way, I tend to agree with the mayor that these are not skills that are typically available in a city of our size. And frankly, it should be best practice to probably outsource those, not only for construction management, but, you know, for project management after the fact. And so I think this may be a good way to move forward in the future when we have these high profile projects that need to be completed on budget, on time. And so I'm going to be supportive of this. Thank you, Mayor.
And Mr. Burns is correct. It's construction management. The project management happens through the contractor, and then you have the construction management making sure they're following the specs.
Correct. Yeah, and just as council knows, we've been awarded other grants. There are some very large construction grants that are coming forward. So we wanted to, it was recommended, I learned this at the city manager conference, that this was a very common practice. And we felt like it was a good time and an opportunity to see how this works and see the benefit of it.
At the end of the day, you can end up saving money too, because they, as you pointed out,
That's what I was
they know
promised.
what's happening out there in the world, and they're going to see what's wrong out there. So good. Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Thank you. Is there a question or any comments?
Yes, would you, then can you reword instead of project manager, because that's a very different job description, and the construction manager, they're very different skill sets. Because otherwise you can get, you know, somebody that is certified, but you're not going to get what you're looking for.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved with the changes as proposed by Councilmember Morales.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Move to item F2.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Resolution number 2022-136 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister appropriating $336,000 from Fund 620 for well 4 and 5 upgrades, including a Tier 4 generator. This item it was originally in the budget, but there was a clerical error in the amount that was requested for this item, and the Tier 4 generator was not included in that. So about half of this cost is for a Tier 4 generator, a mobile generator that we can use between well 4 and well 5. And it's also to upgrade the pumps from above ground pumps that have a shaft that go down and pump the water to submersible pumps that are underneath. Both of the pumps at these wells are in need of improvements. So we figured this was the time to upgrade them, excuse me, to upgrade them to submersible pumps. And then the generators that are there presently are Tier 1 generators. And that all has to do with the Air Resources Board. And the current generators don't really generate electricity. They just take over for the pump if there's a power outage. So they actually turn the pump, and they're not compatible with submersible pumps because there's no way to connect them because the pump is underground. So that's what this item is for, just to appropriate those additional funds that are needed to do these upgrades. And staff recommends City Council adopt the resolution. And I'm here for any questions.
I have a quick question. You said it's a mobile generator?
Yes.
Does it go between the two? Or how does that, you pull it out when you need it for an emergency?
Yeah, if
So it's in the yard? somewhere?
Yes, it's in
Okay.
the yard, and then we could take it to either well if
Gotcha.
it goes down. And then in the future, our plan is to have stationary generators at each well. And this can be one of those because we can remove it from the trailer and mount it directly once in the future as we add more generators.
Okay.
Generators are pretty expensive and hard to get at these days, so we can use one between the two. And for other things, if we need it, if we need it at a sewer lift station or something like that, we can use it over there too.
Yeah, good investment. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, we do not.
All right, is there a motion?
So moved.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Motion carries
Thank
4-0.
you.
Move to item F3.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Resolution number 2022-137 is a resolution for city council to allow the police or the fire department to establish an overhire policy. What this is actually is just a duplication of what HPD did a couple of years back, where if we have a vacancy of 2 people and we afford 2 people to go through background, usually takes about 2 months just for that process. What this does, it allows us to fill the vacancies with an already eligible pool candidate or candidate pool, to where you have, if I got 2 vacancies, I can put maybe 6 people in background, and I'll have those people sitting on the bench in the event, say, one of the candidates falls out from a failure rate or doesn't pass probation. We have them in the parking lot. What it also provides is the policy for the department has the ability to retain exceptional candidates. If we can't pick those candidates up right now, they're sitting in an eligibility pool where they've already been background. And the department is hiring the positions for firefighter line staff. Concludes my report. I can answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, what's the cost to background a candidate?
Last time we did this, and the cost is probably going to come up since, it was $2,700.
2,700. And is that done internally, or is that done by a firm that we contract
We
with?
contract a firm.
Okay. Do you have any of the specifics on the firm itself? And really what I'm looking for is to make sure that we're doing, public safety. It's a critical element, and I want to make sure that we're hiring the best people with the clearest backgrounds.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And part of that is they give us sort of like a laundry list of things that they do. For the life of me, I can't remember what the name is, but we've used them for 3 different fire academies, and they were very successful. The failure rate that I'm talking about really didn't come out during the background investigation. It came out during the fire academy. Same candidate wasn't able to pass an efficiency, so we just had to let him go. And then we had another person to plug him in there.
Thanks. Chief, one of my other questions, and I'm not sure it's on topic, but I'm going to throw it out there, and if the city attorney slaps me, I'll expect it. Do we have any female firefighters?
At present, no, we don't.
Have we in the last 5 years?
In the last, I say within the last 7 years, we had a couple of female reservists, but larger departments snatched them up like that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess where I want to go with this is at some point, I'd like to see us make a pronounced effort to, bring some women into the
Absolutely.
fire department as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chief.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chief. So it sounds like you're wanting to create like an eligibility list.
Correct.
Do you have one already in place, and does it expire within like a year, 3 years, 5 years?
So
that
when
you
we
can still hire?
establish eligibility lists, they last for about 6 months. And then it's the department head's discretion to either decertify it or to extend it. Right now, we've exhausted it completely, and it was decertified, I want to say in March, even after we've done interviews with these folks. So right now is the time. And what I want to do is I want to be able to establish a list every 2 years from the most entry-level position to engineer and captain. This way, if we lose somebody from anything from a retirement to an unforeseeable loss, like going into another department, making a lateral move, I want to have a bench with the depth of enough people to start filling those vacancies with.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're looking to do ongoing recruitment, have the ones that you like to be put on eligibility list to expire every 2 years. I'm surprised that your cost of a background is $2,700, which is phenomenal. Like, that's amazing.
Yeah, when I first saw that, I thought it was expensive. Well, compared to what's out there, it's not
Super
that
cheap.
bad. Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
it's super cheap. I'd like to know more about that, but I'll talk to you offline.
Okay.
I'm also, so thank you, Councilmember Burns, for bringing that up. Also, any efforts or any special recruitment efforts that you can do for female women firefighters would be great. And also if there's any plans for to revive or to have your volunteer program happen again, I would be also in full support of that. And even like a junior program, I'm not sure what you call it.
Explorers.
Explorer
Yeah.
program.
We're in the process of reinvigorating the Explorer program, also the Reserve program. So what we envision is to establish the Explorer program and have that segue to the Reserve program. And at that point, if we do a good enough job, we may be able to retain some of them. But when they get their criteria and their certificates, credentialing from us, Salinas, San Jose, San Francisco picks them up. And that's our goal in the whole process. But yeah, that's our goal to do this.
So whatever, if there are financial requests to begin those programs, or to for you to have adequate equipment or whatever infrastructure you need, please let me know. I'd be very interested, and hopefully council would support.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, we don't.
Thank you. Is there?
Oh,
Elias Salinas.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I really am so grateful that the fire chief is looking ahead. I know that when you have someone go on a medical, you guys are short, you start doing, overtime. And then when we get some openings, hopefully soon with some economic development, you can have some people already ready to get on board. They've already done the background check. And like everybody else, I am really surprised, and I think it's a great deal for $2,700. So I think it's a great work that you're doing there, Chief Ocampo. And most importantly, I have had this discussion, and I want the board or the council to know that the integrity of the fire department is not going to get lowered by just hiring a female that is not highly qualified. That is one of the biggest things that I have. I advocate for having some females on law enforcement and the fire department. But I know that with the fire department, the chief there and their staff, they're not going to lower their quality of employees just to meet a quota. So thank you so much.
Okay. Do we have any speakers?
We have no more speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion second, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. We'll move to item F4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Good evening. I'll make this quick. I'm Charlie, your Bedolla, your fire marshal. So this item is submit the itemized report of the cost of abatement of weeds and debris in front or on each of the separated parcels of land where work was completed by the city of Hollister and requests approval to submit liens and reports to the Office of the County Auditor for the County of San Benito for collection. Staff recommends that the city council adopt a resolution approving the itemized report of costs of abatement of weeds and debris on designated properties in the city of Hollister and approval to file report with the Office of the County Auditor through the San Benito County.
Okay, is there any questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
We have one, Brittany Elliott. Miss Elliott?
Good evening. This is Brittany Elliott with Hawkins Companies. I'm actually here to speak on a different resolution. I think I put the wrong one in there.
No
Okay,
problem.
I
Thank you.
apologize.
Sorry about that.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, is there a second? Motion second, all in favor?
Yes.
All right, motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
You. Move to item F6.
I can't say good evening because it's night. So good night, Mayor and City Council. This agenda item is in regard to adoption of Resolution 2022-140. This resolution would approve vacating public service easement, which is within the portion of former McRae Street, south of East Park Street. Per memorandum of understanding approved in 2018 between the city and the developer, the city agreed to vacate said portion of easement once it was verified that there were no utilities located within the easement. As such, the city has confirmed that there are no utilities located in the easement and has obtained letters for utility companies stating that they have no utilities within the easement. So as such, staff recommends that City Council adopt Resolution 2022-140, approving the vacation of the public service easement located within former McRae Street.
Okay, is there any questions? Do we have any? I think this is probably what the speaker was calling in on.
Yes, Brittany Elliott. You're up.
Brittany was online for support if there were any technical questions or anything
Okay,
coming up.
thank you.
Thank you.
There are no questions. Brittany, did you want to say anything? Or are you just waiting?
No, we just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to be here tonight, and thank you to staff for everything they've done to get us here.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Yes.
All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
4-0. We'll now move to item F7.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Renee Perales, CIP Manager, Administrative Services Department. Tonight before you is Resolution 2022-141, which will authorize staff to call for sealed bids for the Hillcrest Road Storm and Sewer Improvement Project, CIP C2202. On January 31st, 2022, the city issued a task order to Kimley Horn for the preparation of plans and specifications for the Hillcrest Road Storm and Sewer Improvement Project. The project will replace approximately 1,360 feet of 8-inch sewer pipe with 12-inch pipe on Hillcrest Road from Memorial till El Cerro. This upgrade increases the collection system capacity to serve future flow conditions within the project area. In addition, this project will upgrade approximately 655 linear feet of storm drain to 42-inch pipe to provide capacity for the 25-year storm. And finally, the project will also include a type 2 slurry, seal, and striping in the project area. The funding source for the project will be a combination of funding from sewer and storm drain fund. The engineer's estimate is $999,000. Actual budget costs will be presented to the City Council at the time of construction contract award. The plans are now complete for bidding purposes, and staff recommends that the City Council authorize the call for sealed bids. Once we receive the bids, staff will bring back a contract for council approval. Do you have any questions?
Any questions, council? Do we have any speaker cards?
No speaker cards.
Thank you. Is there a
Mayor, real
motion?
quick, just kind of for council. So this is what Mark has been working on, is trying to combine these projects, the water or sewer or storm drain with our road projects, so we get a better bang for our buck. So I just wanted to let council know that.
And maybe we can have Mark explain what's going on here as far as the sewer.
Good evening, Mark Felgo, Acting City Engineer. It was actually at a city council meeting about a year ago that the day of, I got a video from one of the the public works folks showing a sewer manhole surcharging, and it was right in this section. That for sewer, storm drain will do that in big storms, but in sewer, we design sewer to flow at like half or 0.7% full, kind of in the max scenario. So when you see a sewer line surcharging like that, it gets noticed. And we found out that was relatively common on Hillcrest for that particular line. So that is one of the projects that really made us as staff start digging through the master plans to figure out what's been done and what's not been done. The master plans were storm drain was from 2011, sewer and water were from 2018, last update. And so we started going through to try and figure out what was done and found a lot of projects that weren't done. So that's why you're seeing a lot of the utility and of course the pavement projects came out of the pavement evaluation we did last year. This particular project will upsize the sewer line from Memorial to about for about 1,400 feet, and then also a storm drain line to help increase capacities. Essentially, there's a lot of flow coming in from Santana Ranch. We believe there was adding a significant amount of flow. This particular sewer project was actually a future triggered condition, but because it's surcharging, the future is past essentially. So that's the background behind this one.
Okay, so some of the result of the construction going out, we're
absolutely, yeah.
We're getting hit with the consequences of it.
Right.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. With going forward with this project, are we going to build for the future so that the size has the capacity, knowing that things flow downhill and more construction is probably going to happen off of Fairview in unincorporated areas?
Yeah. So the master plan certainly look at the current land use plans from the general plan, right, for future capacities, and the projects identified in there serve any existing deficiencies, but also are sized in order to serve future land uses based on the general plan land use map. Now, this one in particular, what we found when we started digging into it, the existing 8-inch line, this line actually has larger diameter upstream and it telescopes down, which is very odd, right? You don't design it like that. So there's actually 12-inch line upstream. The master plan called for this line to be upsized to a 10, but because of the upstream larger pipe size, we increased this portion to a 12-inch also, so we're not having that telescoping effect. In addition, we were just going to swap out or replace the existing sewer, reconnect laterals, but the existing sewer it's closer than 10. It's closer. It's close to the water line. So it has special pipe in there. We didn't want to end up opening that can of worms. So what we did is we relocated the new sewer line to be more than 10 feet from the existing water line, which gets us the Department of Health regulation separation. And we can actually leave the existing sewer line in place and have even additional capacity in that particular line and not have to reconnect. So we're saving money, not have to make a bunch of reconnections, and we're getting even a little bit more capacity than what the master plan calls for. So
thank you.
Any other questions?
So we're going to actually have two lines.
Yeah.
And I guess my question comes from, it's like, so are we, because I know some of the valves and stuff before, because it's older, or the city's old, so 150 years old almost.
Yeah.
Couple more days. But so I know that some of the stuff was not mapped. And so as we go along, we're mapping and putting things in. That will be on the map, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
We're, when we have a new development that comes in, we take all of their utilities and their property lines, all that stuff, we put it into our GIS system. So we have somebody who does that for us, and then we will on this one as well. In this case, this is Sunny Slope is the water purveyor in this particular area. There's 2 water lines, there's 2 storm drain lines, and now there's gonna be 2 sewer lines in this particular stretch of street. So
That makes sense.
yeah, it's not exactly efficient, but
Okay, go ahead.
What do you mean when you notice that there were a lot of projects that were not done?
out of the master plan, the projects that were identified to be done in the sewer, water, and storm drain master plans, they had not been accomplished yet.
No, I get that. So, okay, well, that was just, I heard that and that was very concerning to me.
I will say it was concerning to myself when I took over this position.
This is why we got a firm that's taking care of it finally.
And the top priority utility lines are under design as we speak. So as well as the pavement stuff that's going on, it's in design as we speak. So this is just one of them.
Do we have any speaker cards?
No, we do not.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Motion is second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. You voted no? 3-1. F8, we've eliminated. F9. We'll now move to reports from city council members regarding their committees on which they serve. Councilmember Burns,
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Perez, Councilmember Morales.
Ditto.
I will update from COG. It looks like the Highway 156, the contract has been awarded, and it should be starting in late this month or early September, starting the construction or the beginning process of the widen of 156. The new 4 lanes should be starting real soon here, and as soon as I get that final start date. Well, probably all over. They're gonna be staging equipment pretty quick here, and they're getting everything ready to get started. So I want to make sure everyone knows that information. And we finalized the RHNA numbers, the regional housing needs allocation numbers that are required to get it back to the different agencies to work from that point. Again, we stressed that we were approving them under protest, but also pointing out, and we want these jurisdictions to understand, in the past, RHNA numbers were taken as 5,000 units. So that means we can build 5,000 homes. What nobody bothered to tell the public is, first off, it's not a requirement to build them. It's about planning. And that's where it failed time and time again. And also, more importantly, it's not 5,000 single family homes. It's just planning for 5,000 units. And half of those are to be affordable, which has never happened in the past because everybody just wanted to build 5,000 single family homes. So it's very important to understand that. That means the affordable element of that is about half. And we're really stressing the point that it should not be just more single family homes. It needs to be multifamily, affordable, mix into this rather than this ongoing problem of just building the single family homes, which we are taking care of in the new general plan. But it's important for the county to understand that, and for San Juan, which they have been very involved in this, and we've done good work together to finally get through this nightmare that the state hands down to us every 8 years. That is my update on my committees. We're going to move now to item 2, informational reports from city council members. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing.
Councilmember Perez.
Yeah, where do I start? Let's start on this wonky lane. It's taking the lemons that we've been served up on the street and turning it into lemonade was awesome. It was super sweet. It was quenching to the thirst of the community. It was a success. I'd like to see if something like that is available annually, and see where it goes from there. To see so many young families coming out in big support. God. So I don't know who that goes to, whether it goes to you, Tina, or somebody else to think about. And since I'm on that, that event was really awesome. Actually, each event, seems like we're building up momentum as we get closer to this Saturday's gala event. Hoping a lot of people are going to show up. It's going to be historic. With that, I also want to thank the staff, and you know what, so many volunteers. But yeah, staff did great. Tina and the rec, Daisy and the rest of the city staff, Derek and staff, who else? Everybody was there. It's like, it's just, for me personally, it is awesome because I get to be Mario. But no, it was just so awesome to see the kids, and even later on that evening when we have moved to the family fun night, it just carried on and it carried over, and it's like I'm just so happy to be part of that. It's so cool. Then moving on to Cienega. Am I correct, or was Cienega supposed to be like a test traffic calming, traffic circle thing?
That was a little before my time, but that is what it was a test situation for those traffic circles is what I've heard.
So when we do the test,
Yeah, Councilmember Perez, it's not on the agenda, so
I can't hear you.
it's that your question is not on the agenda. So I'm just more concerned.
So it can't lead to a lengthy discussion here. Like a quick response would be okay, but to have a back and
Okay,
forth, there
so
might be
I'd like
members
to
of
get a
the
report
public
of those
interested.
results.
I got that directed.
Do you have that? Do we have them? Did we ever get to results? And if we did, I'd like to get the results to see them. Because we are going out and doing all this stuff now, and I've never heard of anyone getting any test results done. So I'd like to see those as soon as possible. I'm not sure how to say John's last name from Payne's, but with his years of service to our community in his restaurant, I'd like to see him recognized as he passes on the torch to Gustavo, yes. I think that'd be neat if council so approves. And again, I think speeding is an enforcement problem, and I hope that we start pulling people over more. And speed humps are not the answers to behavioral problems. Thank you.
Councilmember Morales.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to just want to acknowledge and thank all of the staff that's been involved in the 150th anniversary, particular Tina, all the Parks and Rec staff, Public Works, and a special recognition to Derek Spades, who tree was cut in half or something, half of it fell off. Anyways, was able to resolve it in less than 20 minutes, which is just amazing. So I just want to thank staff. I know that they're really tired of just going out there and always being on. And also thank you, Brett, City Manager Brett Miller, for just being at every event and always having a big smile on your face. I know that it's exhausting and you work really long days setting up, but everybody really appreciates all your work, and definitely our community and our families are very appreciative for for just being able to have moments together. And it's a very memorable summer for them. So thank you. So my comments are about the traffic calming. I think when items come back to council or being asked of council, that there's the history in terms of what happened, what was done before, whether the speed was increased or decreased, whether other measures were attempted. Usually that's part of that would be included like in the history so that there can be a true understanding or a complete understanding of the various attempts occurred. There's obviously there was a lot of discussion regarding Lad Lane. And, you know, there was an embracement of that as well. But just in moving forward, when we're looking at awarding contracts, I like to make sure that we're just not awarding it to the lowest bid, that we're actually looking at design build, which includes the city identifying criteria that is a priority and being able to level off the lowest bid with the proper skill sets so that we don't have or just awarding money to people that are just bidding the lowest and then adding supplemental appropriations later on or projects not being completed properly because we're just awarding contracts to the lowest bid. So moving forward, I want to see design build. And again, the city determines what that is, but it's more of balancing the cost with the skill sets. Yeah, the Land Lane was a perfect example of that. And again, that was turned into a positive, but not necessarily all the projects will fall into that kind of category. And Lad Lane is in District 3. We do not have a park. That is not a park, Tina. And I understand that it's not going to be, there aren't any parcels available for us to purchase for another park. I would like to, as council member or actually Vice Mayor Perez mentioned, you know, if we can have that kind of event once a year, the children in my district, the parents close off the streets so that children can play on the streets. There's basketball rims like at every third house, just so that children can play, but there isn't really anywhere for them to play. So there needs to be some type of activity for them, just for them to be able to go. Yes, they can drive, of course, anybody can drive, but something in their district would be wonderful. And the last one is the Allendale area. There was a project that was not completed, like for staff to come back and just give us a status update as to where that is and if that's going to be done, and if so, when. Thank you.
For Allendale, is that the continuation of the park? Or the walking trail?
Yeah, the trail.
Is that it?
And also want to know when we're having our business meetings again. So I know that was delayed because of the National Night Out.
Correct.
We
Well,
usually have,
the 23rd. And we're working on a location. It'll probably be here in council chambers. 23rd? Correct.
and the last thing before I forget, I would like the city of Hollister, either through Parks and Recs, and I might have brought it up before, or through the police department, to have more of an emphasis on behavioral health, either more training or a focus on actually being able to address the calls, address the violence associated with that. Either, I know it has to be through the county, but looking at Laura's law, potentially a crisis intervention team, or any way that we can actually address it from the city's perspective, not from the county-wide but just what the city actually can do about it. And that's either through, right now that I can think of, Hollister Police Department.
Is that it? Okay. Just going back to the work the staff did in record time to get the track built on Lad Lane, have some fun with the kids. Want to make sure the public is clear. Government requires government agencies to contract with the low bidder. Sometimes you can disqualify a bidder, but it's law to go with the low bidder. In the real world, you probably wouldn't sometimes, but in the government world, that's how it's done to give some of the smaller companies a chance to get started. Thankfully, in this case, they're going to be making repairs and we're going to get this thing done right. So thank you for everyone that made that such a fun time so quickly. I want to go back. I've said this in the past that I'm going to ask at every meeting if Elias Salinas and Irma Gonzalez have paid the $27,000 they owe the city for their frivolous lawsuit that was based on pure lies and misinformation. And again, sadly, I heard again tonight about the airport. And I just want to make sure that the public gets back their money from these, again, a frivolous lawsuit that just had no merit in it, but it was just based on attacking people and try to spread misinformation. So I'm going to keep asking for that until that bill is paid back from these two individuals and all those that were involved with them. So that's all I have. We'll go now to City Manager.
Okay, most everything was based on, or just a status or information back. The one was for a proclamation for John at Payne's. Do I have consensus to bring that back?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, taking notes. And then want to let everybody know that our risk pool is paid for some sidewalk grinding that should be starting up this month on Nash Road. So that should help with any your smaller trip and fall. I think anything below 2 inches. So they're paying for that. So that would be, we thank them. No, but that was going to be my next thing. So thank you for leading in that for me. To please remember to bring me your list of sidewalks that you want to be repaired as part of our use of the ARPA funds. And then I also would like to give Tina some of my time to show off the 150 flag that their group has picked.
Oh, thank you. So we had a local artist from Hollister High School design a 150th flag. Her name is McKenna Neff, and we'd like to have permission to fly this on our unity pole. A little, I know it's a little tiring right now. Right outside of City Hall, and just some of the things that inspired her a little bit. She did go out to the public and ask what Hollister means to them. And part of it is our agricultural fields with a lot of our farm workers, the apricots, the cherries, the wineries, and of course our clock tower. And McKenna, like I said, McKenna Neff, we presented this to her at one of our Movies Under the Stars event, and it got a really positive response. Our Art and Culture Commission played a really good positive role in this design and accepting it. We had 10 submissions and we narrowed it down to 3, and then they narrowed it down to this one. Yes, she is invited to the gala, and we recognized her at our Movies Under the Stars and also the gala.
Tina? Go ahead, sir. First of all, is it front and back, or is it front only?
Yes. No, it's front and back.
Sweet. And is there a way to take, I don't know that you can trademark this, but we know other things have been swiped from us in the past. And so I think it would be good to move forward in that regard as soon as possible. And frankly, when we're done with this, I think it could absolutely be framed if the sun hasn't taken its toll on it. But it would be nice to get replicas, because I'm not convinced we're going to get there by next Saturday. But I think it would be really good to have something that, we could fly indefinitely out on that unity pole, whether it be this or a replica, because I think that's amazing. So just my 2 cents. Thank you.
And she did amazing work. We did purchase another one, and that will go to our historical
Society, so they'll also have a flag. And this one was going to be given to City Hall, so we'll make the recommendation to get it framed of some sort.
Did she sign her one?
She did not, but good idea.
I think it'd be nice to get her to
Okay.
sign it too. I mean, it's actually a piece of art as I see it.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Yeah, Member Burns, I think I have probably enough savings somewhere in city manager's budget that will get that copyrighted.
Yeah. It is nice. This is exactly what we're looking for. So perfect.
We had amazing submissions, you guys, great artists here in Hollis. Very creative.
Well, thank you.
Her name is McKenna Neff.
Thank you, McKenna.
Thank you. You have anything else, city manager?
That was it.
All right, city attorney?
Nothing to report. Thank
Chief?
you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to share with the council that this Saturday we had the community meetings at the community center appropriately. We had 2 meetings, one at 9 in English and one at 1 o'clock. We had about 10 people show up for both meetings, but they were very productive. It came back with a lot of suggestions for our strategic plan for the police department. And we're going to continue to give an opportunity to the public for those that could not make it with a survey. That's an anonymous survey that we're going to allow people to give us their thoughts and their suggestions for us and this plan. The first opportunity is going to be tomorrow at the National Night Out. We're going to have laptops set up, and including 2 patrol cars where people could sit in the passenger side and use the MDC to do the survey. It's a web-based, so it's anonymous, so they can just plug in their thoughts, and so they'll have that opportunity. And we're hoping to have some other opportunities that we'll announce throughout the month of August to get as many people to participate in that survey as part of the program. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. City clerk?
I'm just happy to be here.
He's happy to be here.
Staff is very happy that she's here also, I want to tell you.
Well, thank you very much. All right, we're going to now move to item G3.
Thank you, Mayor. So the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo is scheduled to be held September 7th through the 9th, 2022 in Long Beach. At this meeting, the league membership considers and takes actions on resolutions and establishes league policy. In order to vote at the meeting, city council action is required to designate a voting delegate and up to 2 alternatives, depending on which council members are planning on attending this year's conference.
Okay. Anybody planning on attending? You'll be going? Okay. All right, are you going to be going? I will not be attending, so we have one.
Yeah, we got one.
All right. There it is. All right. Done with that item.
Yeah.
We'll go to item H1.
Thank you again. This item is our list of outstanding items, and we're trying to knock those things down as fast as possible. And I think we knocked a few of those out tonight. So any questions?
All
Or
right. Any questions from council? No. Great. We're going to go ahead and move to L to adjourn the meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion second, all in favor?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
I caught my second win, or else I would have left.